All right, well, good morning, everybody. We're going to call the meeting to order of the Mobility Advancement Program, the Oversight, Independent Transportation Surtax Oversight Board. Today is August 17th. All right, very good. Can we do a roll call, please?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Alan Hooper,
Here.
Douglas Coleman,
Here.
Debbie Madden,
Here.
Anthea Pennant,
Here.
Chase Smith,
Here.
and Dr. Consuelo Kelly, Allison Love, Phil Allen, and Ron Frazier will be attending virtually this morning. They'll be unmuted. Dr. Consuelo Kelly.
No, I just wanted to check, so I don't need to say anything, and you know I'm here. Okay,
Thank you, Dr.
Good
Kelly.
morning.
thanks.
Allison Love,
Good morning, and I am online.
Phil Allen,
Yes, here.
thank you, good morning. Ronald Frazier,
Mr. Frazier has not yet connected. We'll let you know when he's on.
Okay, very good. All right, well, we have a quorum, I think, right? So we've got a big meeting today. It's going to last a little while. I'm going to apologize now. I do have to leave for a short period of time around lunchtime, so it might overlap a little bit, but I'll try to get back as quickly as possible. And then my vice chair will take over while I'm gone. So let's start with the workshop agenda, and I'll let you take over from here, Gretchen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, now it's not working. Did it get on? Sorry about that. We did test all the technology ahead of time.
No problem.
So this is just an overview of what we're going to be covering today. We'll start off with a brief background and history of the program for those that might be tuning in for the first time. Then we will quickly go through the 2022 fiscal year accomplishments to date. And then at that point, you can go to the next slide, please. We'll move into the detailed fiscal year 2023 budget requests, starting with Broward County Transportation Department. We'll break for lunch, and then we'll move into Broward County Public Works. We'll show the Municipal FY 2023 program in the 5-year plan, Surtax investments, and then, of course, your support services, at which point we will close the meeting and have the opportunity for Q&A. And if there's any board member that needs additional information prior to action on your regular meeting on Friday, we would ask you to provide that to us at that time, that request. So, as most of you know, back in 2018, the county placed a ballot referendum and asked the voters whether or not they would like to increase the sales tax, which was then 6% to 7%, a 1% sales surtax focused on transportation. That's authorized under Florida statutes 212055. And on Friday, during the regular meeting, you'll notice that the eligibility determinations that you all are responsible for doing occur based on that. And so we'll be showing the sections of statute that actually relate to the eligibility determinations. The County Commission is going to have a budget workshop on the Surtax Capital Fund on August 30th. And our budget resets, our fiscal year resets on October 1st. Next slide, please. We have the following main components of this 30-year program. The Broward County Transit System, including operations and capital, our county public works, which is currently in the surtax only requesting capital, the municipal community shuttles, both existing and expansion in operations and capital. Then we have municipal capital projects, municipal rehabilitation and maintenance projects, and the support services, which includes the MAP administration and, of course, the folks that serve you. Next slide, please. The 30-year program has 5 main goals: to create connectivity, improve transit service, traffic system management, which is also congestion management. You'll see that term used interchangeably. Enhancing multimodal options and ensuring economic development and benefits. And then, of course, the 3 foundational elements where Mobility Advancement Programs Administration really focus: transparency, accountability, and resiliency. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Huey for Public Works to talk through some of the accomplishments to date.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, Tony Huey with Broward County's Public Works Department. What you see here in the slide in front of you is, I'm happy to report, is we got, over the past years, we completed 9 projects, and these 9 projects are completed through the construction phases, been tested, operational, and so forth, so the public are seeing the benefits of the projects. We, of course, had a number of projects that are finished through the design phases, and they are moving on to construction and so forth, but they're not included here because the public hasn't seen that part of it yet. So we're happy to report that, and I do want to highlight a couple of these projects to you because I think it's as important as something that we've talked about in the past before. If you look down the list, they include bridge rehab projects, drainage projects, mass arms, school zones, and then also the last one there, the video detection maintenance, is an installation project that we have talked with the board about in the past. And what I do want to highlight to you is like the bridge projects up at the top. There were 3 of them that we completed this past year. You may recall that we talked about that these were projects that were recently identified by FDOT as having issues. We came up with an innovative method of doing the rehabilitation that primarily did the work under the bridge rather than on top of the bridge, and saved the surtax and the county a number of dollars, and then it also saved the public a lot of headaches because most of the work was done at the bottom rather than at the top. So 3 of them were completed. The top one there actually, and so what we do typically with these things is that FDOT do the inspections of the bridges that identify the issues, and after these bridges are done, we get them to come back and do inspection of the bridge after it's done to evaluate the improvements that have been made. And out of a scale of 100, the top one is the only one that we've been able to get FDOT to inspect at this point. The other 2 are later on the list for them to do the work. So on the top one, they were able to inspect it out of a scale of 100. All of the ratings were above 90, 93, 95 in terms of the health and sufficiency and so forth. So we essentially got more or less new bridges that's going to last for quite a bit of time, as we go. And if you take a look at the bridge, if you take a look at the middle picture there, that's the branding of the bridge, identifying it as a MAP project, and the public seeing the benefits of it. So I do want to highlight that to you, and that's something that the public is seeing and seeing the benefits of the program. The other one that I want to highlight to you is the very last item on that list, the V1, video detection maintenance, and this was an installation contract. We purchased equipment with the Surtax funds, and our staff went out and installed these equipment. What these equipment allowed us to do was that it allowed us to bring in a lot more alarms, bring in a lot more video information with regards to our video cameras. So we were able to, with the new alarms and with this new video information, we have been able to identify issues before they got worse. Over just this past year, or starting beginning of this year, we issued over 1,500 work orders to go out and correct these because of this initial alarms and then also video information. What that does is that it allows us to get a better handle on the maintenance requirements of our system. It allows us to continue to optimize our system, make sure that the existing system is working at the best ability while we're concurrently waiting for all of the structural improvements, the projects to come in, the transit improvements to come in. So it allows us to continue to maximize the usage of our system while these other surtax improvements come in. So I do want to highlight that to you.
So are you saying that, what kind of videos are these? Are these videos at intersections?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And of that work, is that videos at every intersection or
No,
a lot of intersections?
It's a lot. So what we did is that so first of all, we call these encoders, which is essentially bringing back video information. We installed over 750 of them intersections, and each one of them handles like 3 or 4 cameras, depending on how they intersect. So all of the information is brought in. It doesn't make sense to put in every single one because it's the major ones that has the impact. That has the major impact on the signal timing of our system.
And so I know this is a stupid question, but
No.
are human beings looking at these?
Of course, yeah.
And so if you have 750 cameras, what is it? Do you look for like an event to occur?
Yeah.
Or
We schedule them. We do have staff available to review alarms every single day, every single morning. We also take a look at the video information. And what we do is that it doesn't make sense to take a look at each one all the time. So we schedule them, and then we go through cycles, and then when it's done, we come back and we
Wow.
move them. So we
Wow, that's a lot of
identify issues. We identify issues early is what we're trying to do, because what happens is that if you don't fix them early, it continues to get worse. It affects one intersection, more intersections.
Was it that control center that we were in that one time where all the cameras were up on the wall? Similar though, right?
It is, but it's a new what you see is the big cameras on the
Yeah,
screen. It's
yeah.
mostly FDOT cameras.
Oh, I got
They have it on the freeway system and
Sure.
so forth. And what we do is that with the newer technology now is mostly PC based. All of our timing engineers and so forth, they are in front of their camera, in front of the computer monitors, excuse me, and then they go through
Okay.
each one of those, and they do cycle them. So no one is looking at 1,000 of them a day.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I have a question
Yeah,
for
sure.
Tony. Tony, these are the public work projects. We started collecting the money in January of 2019. These are the first ones completed, correct?
Yep. No. We had a number of them completed last year too.
This has some other, but
Yeah.
what's the approximate cost of what 9?
I think these 9 are probably in the range of, I would probably say, about maybe $20-25 million, somewhere in that range total.
total?
Yeah, somewhere in that range. I don't have the exact
No,
number.
no, that's fine, but I
Yeah.
mean, so it's only $25 million what we're looking at.
Yeah.
But clarify, those are projects that have been completed in 2022, but there's a bunch of them that were teed up
Yeah.
and queued up and that are underway and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And
I
I'll
think
get
it's just-
I'll
Right,
get to
but
that in
those-
the next
These are the
slide.
first ones actually
That are actually
completed.
finishing, yes,
Okay,
that's right,
Yeah.
that's right.
And in addition to these, I also want to just highlight for your information, and then also as some accomplishments of our staff, is that in addition to these, this past year we also got 2 grants. One with FDOT to expand the road on Pine Island Road, $8 million, and we were also able to obtain the grant for Broadview Park that with a $5 million participation from our part, we're going to receive about a $16.5 million grant. So, and then we're also awaiting a third one. So we're doing pretty well in terms of doing some of the things that getting leverage in surtax money and so forth as we go forward.
Oh, Tony,
Yeah.
you hit on it. The 25 million was all surtax, or was surtax and others? So we actually spent,
These were all the 20 to 25 that I talked about is surtax funds.
Okay.
And then, but as an example, at least one of the bridge projects, we had some of the internal staff that did some of the work, and I didn't count that as part of the 2025. So there may be a little bit more than that if you look in total, but the 20 to 25 that I mentioned is related to Surtax funds.
Thank you.
Sure.
And,
So,
and just to clarify, that we have had public works projects completed in 20 and 21. So this is not the first set or tranche of public works projects to be completed.
right.
Were they surtax dollars? Okay.
Just to, and Mr. Kuhlman, to sort of follow up on the question that you were leading to earlier, the next slide shows where we're at. We're right at the moment. We are working on 94 projects. Just to put in perspective, last year at this time when we were talking about it, we had about 70, little over 70 projects last year. So we're continuing to expand, and then, as we go forth, I can, see us continue to do so. Right at the moment, 18 of those projects are in the design procurement phase. 49 of them are in design, with 21 of them nearing completion. So those 21 will be in short order, be starting to move into construction procurement and then construction, at that point in time. And then just to sum up in the back, is that there are 25 of projects that are currently under construction. I don't know the exact dollar amount, but it is projects that we have discussed with the board in the past before. So we've been busy, and we expect to continue to be so. And but I think we're making very good progress as we go.
I have a
Thank
quick
you.
question
Go ahead.
that kind of ties into what Mr. Kuhlman was asking, I think, to some degree. So how do you, from a public works perspective, how do you budget your jobs from a timing perspective? So in other words, where did you think we would be kind of coming into this fiscal year? Are you budgeting, dollars you want to get into the ground? Are you budgeting number of jobs you want to get started? Like who's controlling the pace of this, and how do you kind of monitor the pace? Because I think at the end of the day, part of our concern is making sure we're deploying the resources as quickly as we can, right, and showing results.
Yeah, I think what we do is that we frequently, definitely at the beginning of the year when our board approves a certain budget and so forth, we make sure that we have enough adequate staffing available to manage the projects. And what we want to do too is that, as you probably know, we do not do the actual design of the project themselves. I should say we do not do the bulk of it. We do some of it. And then we also do not manage specifically the construction of it. So, for us, in order for us to be able to move the project as quickly as we go, is that we need to make sure that we have the consultants available to do the design work. And for us to do that is that we need to make sure that we have as an example, general service agreements in place for the smaller projects so that we can move them along. And then when we also, have the consultants available to help us manage the projects as we go. So we schedule that, frequently. We and to make sure that these projects are moving along as quickly as we can on it, because we have quite a number of them, and then we do want to proceed as quickly as possible.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
and Tony, I think, just for those that might be watching, that was one of the reasons why I emphasized when we talked about the major components of the program, that right now, the way that Public Works is budgeting is they're only requesting from the Surtax design and construction funds for capital projects. There is no operations. So the in-kind work that's done by staff is non-Surtax. And the vast majority of the staff that work on the surtax are actually either in the gas tax fund or general fund. So the surtax is really just coming in to design and construct projects, but the capacity to do that has to do with the number of people in this community that are available to do that work.
Yes.
Two things. First of all, Tony, I want to commend you and your staff for leveraging those grant dollars. That's a big deal, and I don't want that to be lost in this conversation, because it really is bringing value to the dollars that we're spending through Surtax. But you just mentioned something, Gretchen, that kind of had me thinking about something we talked about previously, how we track in-kind dollars or in-kind donation. I think that's something that when we're looking at the budget later on, we should factor those dollars because it is essentially, it has value.
Of
So we
course,
should be
yeah.
calculating what your in-kind services add up to. Good. But thank you.
Any other questions for Tony? Okay, thank you very much
You
for
want?
the update. Okay, I think, Tim, you're on, right?
Okay, I'm up.
All right.
So, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Morning.
So, I'm Tim Garling. I'm Deputy General Manager of the Transportation Department for Broward County. So, we're going to talk about some of the things that we've accomplished in the last year. The first thing I want to talk about is our electric bus program. So, this is a pretty exciting news. We have got the first 12 Proterra electric buses on the road right now in service. We have a distinctive look to them, so if you've driven around downtown Fort Lauderdale, Broward Boulevard, you might have seen these buses out there in action. So we've got the first ones out there on the road. We're just completing. We've actually been using the charging stations, but we're just completing the project for the infrastructure at the Ravenswood facility. So you can see the photo of that. We also this year have placed an order for two 45-foot MCI over-the-road coaches for our express bus program. So these would be the first electric buses for the express bus program, and placed an order for 30 more of these Proterra electric buses that we expect to have each of these in sometime in 2023, early in 2023. All of these projects so far have been purchased with federal money, but the significance is, as you'll see with our budget as it comes up, we're going to start to see some transition into vehicle purchases coming into the Surtax program. But sort of the watershed moment here is we now have a plan. The useful life of a bus is about 12 years, so we're kind of looking ahead. We now have a plan where our entire fleet, which is going to grow, but right now our fleet's got 413 buses, our entire fleet will be all electric by 2035. And significantly, from this day forward, we're not going to purchase another diesel bus. So for somebody that started in the industry 40 years ago to get to this day where you can say, well, you're not going to buy any more diesel buses, it's really it's quite an accomplishment and quite a day. Sort of a profound day. We've been running bus systems in sort of the same way for year after year after year, and to get to this place where the technology has really come forward that we can now look at an all-electric bus fleet and all the benefits we get from it, we're really excited about where we are and what the future of the delivery of public transit is.
Can I ask a question about that? Is there any analysis done that would show the benefit of cost versus, the diesel fuel versus charging it electrically? Is there a benefit there in terms of cost per gallon versus just the charge itself?
Yeah, just overall that there's at least an understood cost of cost reduction in using the electric charging. As we go forward, we also believe that we're going to see maintenance cost reductions. An electric bus is just less costly, less replacement of brakes and things like that. On the flip side, you probably have some pretty expensive battery replacements, the mid-life of the vehicle. So it's still not exactly understood. It's just so new.
Right.
But we're anticipating that it is actually going to cost us less overall, right, through the life cycle of the vehicle than a diesel bus. So you get that further advantage, and then also just less susceptibility to the whims of the fuel prices that go up and down and those types of things. So I think we'll see, and we'll continue to report out on them as we get further down the road. And as most of the industry that's kind of started to use it, this battery issue is a big one. But the battery technology continues to improve, right, from where it was just a few years ago. So the life of the battery and how we maintain the battery and all those things are still evolving.
Interesting. Thank you.
If I may, Tim, would you want to talk about the net metering agreements we have with FPL and how that works in terms of our savings associated with the solar power and the net metering, and how we save money by having solar power on electricity.
Yeah, so we're actually, wherever we have solar power, an example of that is also with our Lauderhill Transit Center, where we put solar power panels in. Basically, that facility is what we call a net zero facility. We completely run that facility for free, right? We don't get charged any electric costs for that facility, because we're able to generate the facility costs with the solar panels. In the long term, not quite sure where we'll be on generating, power for buses. We're looking at that. There's some systems that are, maybe creating a sort of solar farm, maybe to try to run their vehicles, but you need a lot of area, and so we'll see how that part goes. But for now, having the ability to generate electricity just to do that creates a savings on the operating budget.
Excellent.
Do we track the savings?
Oh, no, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in our annual budgets, yes. Okay, moving on. So these are actually, so from the beginning of the Surtax program, we just wanted to show you that we've actually made some big progress in our bus shelter program. We have 4,500 bus stops at Broward County and about 1,100 sheltered stops, right, covers for people. That's grown quite a bit over the year, and really since the Surtax money started to hit us in 2019, we've actually installed 221 bus shelters. And you can see we've got a lot of work going on. We've got 85 more under construction. We've got 49 under permits. And as we talk about, as we get into the budget for 23 and for the next 5-year program, we've programmed essentially 75 shelters a year, sort of off on into the future, so we can keep making progress to make it more welcoming for people to come to the bus system and to wait in the shade and to get some shelter. And then in addition, we've invested money in additional bus stops to add the convenience to the system. So we've installed 46 new bus stops, and we've got, again, work in design. We've got some pending permits. So these programs now, we're happy with where we're at. These programs are kind of up and running in the pipeline. We're getting them designed. We're getting them in the ground. We're getting them permitted. So that part of the program is really rolling along. So as we've got some things to talk about for our operations, but as we look to the future to get that infrastructure in place, so people have a good access to the system, that's looking in very, very good shape, and the Surtax has helped with that.
Does it, like, when you get a new project, like a building development being built, and on the sidewalk you have to provide the new bus shelter, who provides it? Does the county provide it, or does the developer provide it?
In most cases, so far, the county's been providing it. There are some circumstances, particularly with public buildings. We're looking at our new convention center and things like that, where we're trying to integrate with part of the design of that building to try to do that. But at this point, like the bus shelters and things that we have are provided.
I can tell you from my perspective, like with the city and their required lighting, the street lighting, I often am chasing a design that they have, and sometimes it's back order. And if I do a project where I had to put in a bus shelter, it would be nice if it were on me to put it in, that I could get it from the county rather than having to procure it. And I don't know how you do that, but I know I'm going to be building a big project here soon, and we do have probably 2 bus stops. So if it were more seamless for the developer to get it installed, it's better for the customer as well. But I do run into issues, especially with supply chain, on some of the city infrastructure that I have to install. Like I'm finishing a project and the lights won't be here till sometime at the end of the year.
So I'll look into that specifically, but we face the same supply chain
you
problems.
Do? Okay.
With
okay.
With our shelters and things. Yeah, and prefab, we get them up, and we also we've got a good staff, and this is one of those, with practice comes proficiency. we know how to get these up, we know how to get these in, we
Yeah,
know how to design them, we
exactly.
know how to produce them. So kind of looking forward to how the whole program's going to work as
Right.
you kind of get everything set up, and we've got these long sustaining programs. You just keep
Start
it rolling,
making it
right?
production. Yep.
Yep.
Great.
Okay. So that's just to provide now just a quick summary of where we are this year. What's going to come up in a couple minutes, we're going to talk about the system-wide study PREMO. So I won't spend much time talking about that right now. So we've got a whole presentation coming on that because of all the things that we're doing, probably the most important thing right now for us and our future is the PREMO program and our design and our understanding of it. We've got the electric bus program underway. This year, we got delivery of 30 new Gillig 40-foot buses. Those came in March, and 15 new flyer buses. Those came in August, just now. The larger buses really help us with capacity and room for folks to ride. Both of those were purchased with federal funds, but significantly, that's it, right? Those are the last diesel buses that I'm buying, right? So from now on, it's all going to be electric. This fall, we're trying to finalize the date, but probably September, October, we're going to open Park and Ride in Miramar. So this will be a way to kind of consolidate some of the smaller park and rides we have in the area. 420 spaces for our express buses that go down to Miami. So actually, this has been a project that's been done in partnership with FDOT. We've used local concurrency funds to do that, and FDOT actually constructed it for us. So we've been working together jointly, and FDOT funds the express bus program, and we operate it. So that's coming online. So that will start to, as we start to look to the future of kind of getting transit kind of back and working, this will be a nice improvement. We've talked about the bus shelters and the bus stops, and before I get to the last bullet, I do want to talk about, I'm not sure accomplishment's the best term for it, but I want to talk about a little bit about ridership and what we faced this year. So we're coming out of, we're not out of it yet, but we're beginning to step forward and come out of COVID, out of the pandemic. And it's really been quite an effort. And if you go back just a couple years, mandatory masks, literally we were making announcements, messages only for ride the system for the most important trips, kind of stay away. And then, for safety, for public safety, then it was social distancing, every other seat, 50% capacity was all we would put on the buses. So you had this period of time, right, as, not to forget about this, as we were trying to safely get through the pandemic, which, I think we ended up doing a good job with that, right? We had air ionizers installed in the vehicle to help clean the air. We did the mask mandates. We had rear door boarding, so the people didn't come through the front of the bus. We didn't charge for fares, or a number of those things that were really shocks to the system and how the system normally operates. And now we're trying to put everything back together. So I was on a call, a national call with the transit agencies just Friday, and the national average right now is, of all transit systems across the country, the number is about 60% of the pre-pandemic ridership has been restored, right? So as an industry, it's been punishing as an industry. So our situation is actually brighter here than it is nationally. We're about 80% recovered. So that's a good positive, positive to think about where we're at for the future and how long our recovery is going to be. But we still have a recovery to make. And our community shuttle program, we see that, and those services are a little bit different than our fixed route service. The hours are lessened, and not a lot of weekend service and things. The community shuttles only recovered to about 60%. So they're kind of more like the national average. But both our paratransit and our fixed route have recovered to 80%. And I'm not really sure that we have a great understanding of why. I think one of the things I would speculate is that compared to a lot of cities that have sort of really strong central business districts and work trips, we're an area that has a very service-centric or hospitality-centric industry, and that many of our jobs are things that aren't so sensitive to work trips, coming to an office building. I think that we were seeing a lot of people were staying at home, right, and working from there. And so I think if you get to some of the bigger cities, a lot of the businesses and stuff were still kind of struggling with that issue. And when you're doing service and service-related jobs, you can't do those from home. You have to get out and get it. I also think it's a reflection of at least the current demographics of the people that ride our system. People without cars and things that just have no other avenue to go forward. So in some ways, I think that's just context of where we might be with ridership and why the ridership might be there. And then some of the challenges going forward is going to be we need to attract those work trips and things like that. So some of the challenges the industry face will be the challenges that we'll face in trying to get people back to the system. So I just wanted to kind of put that in context about kind of where we stand and where we stand with ridership. And we'll have more to talk about how we plan to roll our system as we talk about the budget later on. But now that brings us to hiring, right? So in the last year, we hired 280 employees, and that's actually a 37% increase of what we hired the year before, and the most people we've ever hired in a single year, which sounds good, but we are really lagging at overall hiring, particularly in the area of bus operators and mechanics. So one of our struggles right now, overall, we have an organization that has about 1,377 positions. We have 248 vacancies, or about 18% of our system that have vacancies. And again, this call I was on with the people from the transit industry, people from Florida, other agencies, everybody's facing these problems. It is really, really challenging to get drivers. And watching CNN this morning, I just saw a story about the St. Louis, the school bus system in St. Louis has to cancel 35 routes because they can't get school bus drivers. So these problems of getting drivers are sort of nationwide and a problem. In our bus system, we have about 847 drivers, and we're 123 short. So that's somewhere around 15% shortages of bus drivers. So we're really trying to address that because even as our ridership, we want our ridership to expand. The way our ridership is going to expand is actually to provide better and more service. So that's kind of the trap we're in, right? We've got to get more buses out there. So we really have to try to recover and get back to where we were pre-pandemic and our pre-pandemic employment. So a couple of things that we've been doing, we just got approval from our board and negotiated with our labor union to do a $1,000 signing bonus for new bus operators. That was just in June. So we're not really quite sure how that's going to play out over the long term, but we'll see. Some systems I've talked to, the signing bonuses are nice, but the issue is retaining people, right? So it's going to still be fundamental on what we pay people and how we do that going forward. We have also tried to do everything we can to do outreach events and go out to find people, right? So we had a very successful event in May at our offices at Government Center West. We did it on a Saturday, and we had 60 people actually show up for this transit-only job fair for bus operators. And we set it up with sort of stations that people could work through. They could apply on the computer. We could do interviews with them. We kind of just worked everybody through, and we were getting people sort of through all of our stations in about 1 hour's time. And we ended up hiring 38 out of those 60 people that came in. So thinking about kind of ways to make this work with the sort of the new employee, you've got to grab them. Some of the processes that government's had where it takes long lead times we'll get back to you and we're doing checks and things like that. All those things, while those are going on, people go find other jobs, the way the job market is. So those kind of innovations where we can actually get people, get them in and get them to the job. And I think that bus operator, we have pay issues, but a bus operator job is a really, really good job. You don't have to have a college education to do it. It is a sustainable long-term job. It has benefits and also opportunities for growth, opportunities to become a supervisor, opportunities to move up. I spent years working in New York City, and many of my fellow managers and many of the supervisors we had did not have college educations, but they knew the job, right? They knew how to get things done. They knew how to manage people. They worked through. So So I just think it's a really, really good job for career advancement and things like that. If people really know that, and we know there's an opportunity, and an additional thing that we're doing is that we've been working with the Prosperity Partnership, and so I attend monthly meetings. My staff is now attending meetings, and the Prosperity Partnership has identified sort of 6 zip codes within Broward County where we're sort of behind in employment, where we have economic issues, and we're really focused on trying to do outreach and support that. So we've got some outreach events that we're working with them to actually show up in those neighborhoods, go find where the people are. Everything that we do, we're sending our social media stuff to the Prosperity Partnership. They're helping us get the word out. So we're looking for every one of those kind of opportunities we can to really address trying to get people hired. And my goal really is to make fiscal 23 our year of restoration. Our goal is just to try to get back to where we were in 2019. So if we can get there, then we can really start talking about what we need to do, which is expand the service, right, to get to that place. So this is the year of kind of putting everything back together. And so there's big things happening, but challenges, significant challenges of trying to get our workforce back together.
Awesome, Tim. I love everything that you're saying. I love the fact that you're being so innovative and trying to outreach to communities where we know unemployment is still very high. I was curious to know exactly how many positions you said are available, and what's the pay rate for, say, a bus operator?
So we have 123 vacancies for bus operators. Mm-hmm. So our current starting rate is $16.32, right? And so if you're kind of aware of the prevailing market of what you get paid at, McDonald's and Walmart and things like that, we still have some issues with what our initial pay is, but we've raised our initial pay. We used to have a training rate. We worked with our union, and the commission agreed that we eliminated our training rate. So we're starting people at sort of that first year rate to come right through the door. We have a 10-week training program. So from the very beginning, when they come in, they get that $16.32 for the first year. We have a 6-year step program to get up to full pay. All things that we have to look at. And we have opportunities. In 23, really September 30th of 2023 is when our labor contract expires. So we have an opportunity to really look at these issues with our labor union, really in partnership, and try to figure out a way to create a labor contract that works for both us and the union, and can maybe address some of these issues that we can get people to not only join our system, but retain them, over the long term. And back to retainage for just a minute. Back in my day, you got a job and you felt sort of that comfort of a sustainable job, and you stayed. And we're seeing people that are getting jobs as bus operators and leaving after a few years to take higher pay at one of these other jobs, even though we've got retirement benefits, you've got long-range benefits. There just doesn't seem to be the view of long-term stability, and right now it's immediate gratification, get the best pay you can, move to that next job. So we just have to think about those things. This is the world we live in now, and so the way we constructed our jobs, our pay scales, all those things, we have to look at everything now. And we've got to try to exist in the world we want, because we want a world-class transit system. We can't do it without operators and people behind the wheel and mechanics. We can't be world-class in delivering service if we're not world-class at really filling those jobs and having that staffing. So significant challenge. It's not really it's not really a financial challenge, but it's really how you put things together and making change of how we've done business in one way for a very long time. Now we have to change how we do it.
Thank you. Are bus operators the only vacancies that?
No, and we also have mechanics. We've got about 25 mechanics. We have about 20 vacancies for people to clean the buses, and about 80 of various staff positions, engineers, planners, project managers, things like that. So overall, about 248. So there are. Those are things that we're going to have to really work on. We can, and as you'll see as we talk about the budget coming up, we're looking to supplement some of that with consulting work and until we can kind of get our workforce back together. So we'll do whatever we have to do to get moving forward. But of all things that we have, right, these are the biggest challenges, right? You know, I think coming out of the pandemic is sort of this unintended consequences, this great resignation, and how we fill jobs and what the future looks like. And you know, all we can really try to do is understand everything we can understand and then address it, right? Just like any other problem, just try to be as innovative and cutting edge as we can. And then if that doesn't work, do something else, right? We just have to try to be as flexible as we can. But all that said, there are a number, we know, right? There's a number of neighborhoods where we have high levels of unemployment. So putting those two things together, right, where we have needs for employees, and then we have areas with high unemployment. How do we marry those two things together and you know, try to make something good for everyone?
Awesome. I love your optimism.
Thank you. Okay, so now let's talk for a little bit about PREMO. So we're going to come up. We're going to have the experts come up and talk to you about it in just 1 second. I just do want to mention a couple things that. This PREMO plan, this is really the result. It's really a brand that we've had for the system-wide study that was funded by the Surtax. And if you're familiar with Miami-Dade, they have something called the SMART plan. This is our SMART plan, right? Our PREMO plan is really that plan to go forward. The focus of this plan is on high-capacity corridors, premium services. So it's not everything in the system. So we know we've got all kinds of different transportation products, but the backbone, where the real money, moving the most people, where we're going to put rail and bus rapid transit systems, this is going to define what that network is. And with that network defined, then we can look at what our remaining services are to feed into that, how we would interact maybe with future commuter rail, all those kind of things. So this is what makes us, this backbone is what makes us a world-class transit system. So I can't really think of anything more important that we're working on than to kind of get this right and to get this planned. So with that, I'm going to introduce our experts to come up. I'm going to introduce Barney McCoy. He's our Assistant General Manager of Service and Strategic Planning, and he's going to take us from here.
Will you stay for questions until after they're done? I had one more question for
Oh,
Mr. Garland.
yeah, and if you want to do the questions now,
or after, whatever is the flow. So this can be quick, just in terms of getting back to where we were pre-pandemic, right? Which is a good goal and it makes sense. My question would be, where were we then in terms of utilization of, like, say, the bus system? Because growing up here, my impression has always been that we're underutilized, right? But I don't have the experience in the business. I'm not indexing that to anything. I just see a lot of empty buses. And I think from a Surtax perspective, if we can get people, and maybe it ties into PREMO too, because we want to kind of rebrand, you know, what is this thing that we have here? We need to get more people onto the buses, and we need to get more people onto these transit systems. So I just wanted to get your commentary on that. Like, when we get back to 2019 levels, what does that mean? Are buses half full on average, or where are we at in terms of our capacity versus the ridership at that point?
And so pre-pandemic, we were somewhere in the neighborhood of about 26 million riders, per year. We were at about maybe 1.5 million service hours. So with, we said we dropped way down below that. Now we're probably around 20 million riders or so as we've come back to that 80%. And the way I would characterize our system and the trick of public transit is that in my long career I've worked in a lot of great transit systems, New York City Transit, TriMet in Portland, Oregon, some of the best in the country. One thing that we found every place I've been is people will use public transit that serves them, right? That it is a product that people are rational about. There's no way you can convince people to ride it if it doesn't serve them. One of the issues and one of the values of Surtax, one of the reasons we wanted the Surtax, was that we, I think, traditionally underprovided for the size of our area. We had 2 million people in the county, give or take, and we only have about 400 buses, right? Other places might have twice as many. So the idea of getting people to ride, it's got to be convenient, it's got to be frequent, it's got to get people where they go. The issue of travel time is important. The premium services will speed it along, but also frequency, right? When you have shorter trips, you just can't wait a half hour or 45 minutes or an hour between buses. Because if you miss that bus, then it's just like you're dead, right? Those buses have to be coming every 15 minutes or so. So really looking to the future, and that's why we had the surtax. We have to add service. So this is kind of the trap, right? So first, we got to get back to where we were, and then we've got to start adding it. And then we got to add a variety of services. So it's not just a 40-foot bus and a fixed route program. We have to think of the needs of the people who ride public transit as diverse, right? So there'll be people that need those fast trips that these gentlemen will talk about with the PREMO service. There needs to be those frequent local trips that go all throughout the day. There might be demand responsive trips, late night service, we'll talk about later. We have to match our services to the demands that are out there. So that means that we have to start focusing more on providing mobility than just a bus system, right? We've got to think about managing the movement of people. So to get there, to get the buses full, this is the paradox a little bit. The normal business model is you have a business, the business is successful, and then you add to it. So the paradox for us is in order to get more riders, you have to provide more service, right? You just can't get them to come when it doesn't serve them. So that's the paradox. So that's where trying to do it in a smart way, having good information, making a good plan, rolling it out in a reasonable way that you can be as cost effective as possible and getting people back to the system. And it can work. And just a quick story about Portland, Oregon, where I used to work. Portland, Oregon, when I was there, about 80% of the riders had automobiles, right? Their service was so expansive and frequent. They had light rail, they had express buses, whatever. You made a conscious choice. It was better for you to take the bus because it was cheaper. You got downtown faster. You made a conscious choice, and that's the place we have to try to get to because our system is the inverse of that, right? Our system is if I don't have a car, I have to take the bus, and there's really aren't the best opportunities. That's where premium, like we're going to talk about right now, that's where the premium services come in that really start to create this world-class future. So it's a climb, right? To get to where we are, the surtax is just critical. That's the thing that allows this vision to all happen. So, okay. So with that, we will move forward with our premium mobility plan. And once again, I'm going to introduce Barney McCoy. He's our Assistant General Manager of Service and Strategic Planning. Mr. McCoy. Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good morning. Again, my name is Barney McCoy. I'm the Assistant General Manager for Service and Strategic Planning for Broward County Transit. We're here this morning to provide an update on a project that's very important to us, something we're very excited about and very excited to share with you. You ask, what is PREMO? PREMO, as Tim mentioned, is essentially our version of Miami-Dade Smart Plan. And what it's going to do for us is define a vision for transit in Broward County by identifying a network of premium and high-capacity corridors focusing on north, south, and east-west connectivity. Where we currently are in this process is we're specific to the planning process. And what our planning process is going to do, we're going to initially look at every quarter in the county and develop a list of quarters. From that initial list of quarters, we'll make a recommendation of quarters that will be shortlisted. We'll further refine the list from the shortlisted quarters to a set of quarters that will be recommended for further or advanced study. From that point, we'll make a transit-specific recommendation as to what the mode would be, whether that be light rail transit or bus rapid transit. From that point, we'll move into the implementation phase. Early on in the process, though, and this goes back to when we actually scoped the project, we acknowledge and recognize that in order to be successful, we would need to have meaningful, significant, and robust public involvement. This was critical for the success of the plan. It's critical for us to get public support. And in addition, it's also a requirement of the FTA once we're talking about the NEPA process in terms of leveraging federal dollars. To guide us through this effort, though, we hired a national transit firm, WSP. They're a firm that has extensive experience with these types of projects and efforts. And we have Mr. Scott Pringle here, who is the director for the Florida Rail and Transit. He's our project manager for this, and he brings to the table more than 20 years of experience for these type of project and efforts. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Pringle.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Barney, for the introduction. First, thank you for having us this morning, Mr. Chair, members, to give you an update on what we're calling the Premium Mobility Plan, or PREMO. Just as Barney and Mr. Garling introduced, really what the Premium Mobility Plan is doing is first establishing what is that vision 30 years out for premium transit within the county. Again, premium transit service, just like Mr. Garling introduced, is those high capacity, modern, convenient, attractive, and reliable services that creates that backbone. That can be bus rapid transit, light rail, or other technologies. So outside of creating that 30-year vision, we're always going to be very mindful of meeting the goals of MAP Broward, looking at providing that additional mobility through transit, multimodalism, economic development is a big part of what PREMO can bring to the table. Beyond just establishing that 30-year vision for premium transit, it's important to recognize that a big part of this process is creating that pipeline for investment in that vision. And developing that pipeline, we're going to work very closely with the county, Public Works, as well as FDOT. Obviously, we kind of alluded to that. We're focusing on those east-west, north-south corridors, those big arterials. Obviously, FDOT is going to be an important partner in getting those projects built. We're also very cognizant and working very closely with all the municipal partners across the county itself. And I do want to just call your attention to what Barney mentioned. This county is in an amazing position having those local dollars available for transit. So an important part of the PREMO plan is making sure that we have and can compete for those federal transit grant dollars as well as state grant dollars to just leverage what you already have here locally and get even that much more investment into that pipeline moving forward. So we have a number of goals and objectives up here on the screen that are guiding the development of the PREMO plan. Obviously looking at improving mobility for all, but doing that in a way where we're looking at implementing equitable transit solutions. And that means serving all the variety of communities within the county, but then also looking at geographic equity as well, making sure we connect to all parts of the county. Another big part of premium transit, and really sort of an advantage of investing in premium transit, we've seen this in Florida, we've seen this all across the country, is its number one ability to integrate and serve both communities that are out there today, but the opportunity for economic growth in the future. Premium transit has been proven to really help create those livable places where everybody can live, work, and play. We're always going to do that and look at recommendations that are going to be safe, secure, and of course, we're going to be good stewards of the environment. So the planning process itself, PREMO is going to first start off with focusing on those north, south, east, west arterials. And in a lot of ways, what we're really focused on is that backbone, that middle piece in the transit system for the county, where we're able to connect to the local transit services that are already out there today and serve those regional assets that are crossing county lines. So again, it's focusing on that middle and creating that backbone for the county. The way we're going to go about doing that is based on national best practices and over a couple of decades of my own experience and doing programs just like this. We're going to move forward by identifying and answering a few key questions. We're going to answer those questions by looking at the data. We're also going to help answer those questions by working with our stakeholders and listening to the public. And you can see those questions here as we go through the PREMO development process. So one of the first questions we're going to ask and try to answer is how well is one of these corridors, potential corridors, connecting to and providing opportunities for that economic growth into the future. Once we have a good understanding of that, the next question we're going to ask and try to answer is how well do these corridors provide mobility or equity for the county as a whole? The third question is, once we understand what those benefits of some of those corridors are, what kind of ridership does it attract? And how much more ridership can this corridor serve? And again, creating those opportunities for mobility into the future. Now, you'll notice I use the word corridor for all three of those steps, because the reality of it is what we're trying to answer in the big picture is where? Where are the best performing corridors that really give us an understanding of how to move that vision forward? So, of course, once you understand the where, which is going to be steps A through C, the next question is what? So then we get into the process of identifying what is the right transit technology for that corridor in question, making sure we serve those riders, making sure we serve that market, just as Barney introduced up front. So once we understand the where and the what, then obviously the next question is how, and that's when we start looking at building that program of projects. What are the funding strategies needed to implement and move a project forward, and what are the partnerships needed to move that particular project forward? So on the technical side, it is an open and transparent iterative screening process, working our way through those questions, starting off with a wide list of corridors that we know the county has needs all over the place. So it's a broad list of corridors we start off with and start identifying first that vision, but again, what's that first slug of projects that are either low-hanging fruit or really performing well from the data perspective that we can get into the program, because at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is move towards implementation, get service on the ground. And then to that end, as we go through the PREMO process, we are looking for and identifying some low-hanging fruit. I've seen it all across the state of Florida. We all have the corridors that we've been talking about for decades. And for one reason or another, whether it was a lack of funding or just for, the project ended up getting shelved, there's a lot of projects out there that have a great maturity behind them. There's been a lot of public conversation on a corridor. There's been some design concepts, maybe even an action from a governing board. So we're going to keep our eye on those opportunities to accelerate those low-hanging fruit through the PREMO process and getting them ready for that next step after PREMO, which is moving it into design, chasing those federal dollars so we can get that project implemented. The way we're going about the coordination for the development of the PREMO plan, one of our key stakeholder groups is what we call the Project Advisory Group. You can see some of their roles and responsibilities here. That group is really made up of county-wide agencies. For example, we have members from the MPO, FDOT, Gretchen sits on our Project Advisory Committee, the League of Cities, the Planning Council, Agency on the Aging, Career Source, Urban League, Broward College, the Visitors Bureau. So it's a really diverse group. And it's been really fruitful in hearing the conversation and getting great direction in terms of what we need to be mindful of and how do we move some of these projects forward. So we identified PREMO. So simply put, this is the brand and the logo. Stands for Premium Mobility Plan for All. So we just kind of shrunk it up to make it easy for folks to remember. So it's PREMO. In terms of outreach, we're really just getting started, but both Mr. Garling and Barney identified the importance of public outreach, and we're going to continue a very intense outreach strategy throughout the entire development of the PREMO plan. To date, we've conducted a number of municipal briefings where we go and have one-on-one meetings with city staff. We've had over 23 municipal briefings to date. We're also having a number of agency briefings. We just briefed both the MPO board and committees on the PREMO plan a couple of weeks ago. We do have a project website. On that website, we have an interactive project map. It's kind of like an open source, crowdsourced map where people can go into the tool, tell us what they like or don't like about a particular corridor, and then other folks in the community can then react to those comments that are being put online. The nice thing about that tool, it's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so there's always an opportunity for someone to get involved in the PREMO plan. We're kicking off a social media campaign. You're going to start to see more and more social media posts about PREMO coming up in the next couple of weeks, really relying on some of those municipal partners. A lot of them have been very open and interested in helping us push the word out about PREMO. We have a couple of videos upcoming. And we've already been out in the community doing a number of public preference surveys. The way we go about collecting those surveys is what we call community drop-ins. So we have teams of public outreach specialists that are going out into the community where people are gathering on the weekends, boots on the ground, and that's really been very, very fruitful to date. We've done almost 40, about 39 community drop-ins already. And as a result, we have almost 2,000 surveys from that public preference survey already. And really, the truth is, we're just getting started. We're really talking about, what PREMO is and what we want to do, and really hearing back from the public. And we've actually gotten 230 comments online through that project website as well. One of the things you are going to see is expanding that outreach, those community drop-ins, and start targeting some of the hoteliers, working with the employees, and focusing on the tourism industry as well, making sure we get that input into the PREMO plan as well. So when we complete the PREMO plan, we're going to take the recommendations from PREMO to the county board for adoption. We're roughly targeting winter of this year. Ideally, what we'd like to do is get those recommendations in front of the board, get their approval, because then the next thing we'd like to do is take those same recommendations and bring them to the MPO for potential inclusion in their long-range transportation update, and the timing works perfectly. If we're bringing our recommendations here winter of 23, that's about the time where the MPO is going to be looking for their call for projects for inclusion in their LRTP. What's most important is the next step. So once we identify what that vision is and what that initial pipeline of projects can be, then we move towards the fun stuff, where we start getting into some design, we look at the environmental considerations from each one of these projects, and we really start to work with the federal government and identify opportunities for those grant dollars, for those federal transit grant dollars or state grant dollars. And with that, that kind of concludes my portion. I'm going to hand it back over to Barney to wrap up, and then we'll take any questions.
Okay, to finish us up, Tim had mentioned earlier about how the PREMO network will serve as the backbone of spine for service in Broward County. We just have to make sure that the local service local services do not get lost in that effort. The items here that I'll talk through are things that we plan on doing in the near future, though, that help us actually attempt to regain some of the ridership that we were discussing earlier that we lost, and also position us for the point that the PREMO network comes into reality. The comprehensive operational analysis, it's a industry best practice. What it does is you hire a consultant, and what they do is come in and take a fresh look at your system. And they're looking for opportunities to streamline, they're looking for efficiencies, and they're looking for optimization. This is even more so critical for transit operators now in light of what's happening with the post-COVID environment. We're well aware that travel patterns have changed. We're well aware that the commuting patterns have changed. We're well aware that work schedules have changed. But what we plan to accomplish with this comprehensive operational analysis, have someone come in, look at the system and make recommendations. It may be, significant. It may be structural. It may be just based on solely to route alignments. But what they're going to do is come in and make a host of recommendations that we look to implement at some point in time, and then hope that look to tie them into the PREMO network as it develops. Our transit development plan is a statutorily required document. It's required by the state of Florida that we do a major update every 5 years and an annual update for this as well. We're due for a major update next year. What this plan will essentially become is it'll be our business plan, our strategic business plan for the next 10 years. There'll be some synergies, though, between the comprehensive operational analysis and the TDP as it relates to service and as it relates to capital in terms of infrastructure. The mobility pilot programs that we're looking to implement. This is us acknowledging that the transit environment has changed. The traditional transit operates on a premise of having the customer go to transit. The mobility pilot programs for us operate on a demand response type nature, and that what we'll be doing in those scenarios is bringing the transit to the customer. We have a Late Shift Connect project that we actually anticipate starting in this month that's aimed at the late workers, the hotel hospitality industry, the workers along the beach, the warehouse distribution security type jobs. But this service is being implemented to operate during times when BCT has very little or no service on the street. The microtransit project, again, it's another on-demand type of project, but it's also being billed as a supplement to the community shuttle program. There are cities who would like to join the community shuttle program that just based on transit supportive densities or even infrastructure planning within the cities. They do not have a setup or operate in such a way that traditional transit will be successful in those areas. By introducing microtransit to those type of locations, those type of cities, we're going to afford them the opportunity to succeed in identifying transit services that we feel are essential that may not meet the traditional the traditional footprint of transit. The microtransit project that we're actually looking to implement in around this time next year. And then finishing up with community shuttle services. We do have a robust community shuttle service, and we're going to continue to work with the cities to expand their existing service or either work with new cities to implement services. But again, as Tim mentioned earlier, this is the these services will feed into the network, and then the network will feed into these systems as well. Because again, we're not just looking in terms of a network for transit, we're looking at trying to design a transportation system that meets one of the early goals we stated, and that you've got mobility for all. I think that's the last slide.
Mr.
Okay.
Coolman, did you have a question?
Question or statement? As a land planner, this is probably one of the best, most exciting things that I think our surtax dollars can do. This is what's been missing. They touched on it, ridership. And when the deputy director told us we need to have a system that works, that makes you leave your car at home. We don't have that, but I think with this, we have a shot at it. This is unbelievable. Now we really have a good direction for that aspect of our mass transit that I don't think we had before. And I'm really excited about it, and I don't know who came up with it or how it started, but it's really going to benefit all of us. Thank you.
Ms. Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Awesome presentation, very exciting. I was curious about one thing though, how we cultivate the next generation of writers. I was happy to hear that Broward College is on that because I think it's important to engage universities and their students and just really start changing mindsets, because I think, you look at cities like New York and places where they have, public transportation is the norm. Here in South Florida, my generation, just the idea of being on a bus is like, oh my God, I want to do that. But, I think younger folks are so much more attuned to the environment and saving, the environment. And so I think that, they can be a great ally for the future.
Would agree. And we're specifically looking to get those community drop-ins, those public outreach teams at the colleges and make sure that they are involved. They're part of the project advisory group. I would echo your words exactly. It's very important that we understand the needs of that demographic and make sure that we're serving that, because the truth is, by the time you have this mature system, this world-class transit system in place, it is they who will be using that system.
I think one of the unintended benefits long-term is some of the changes that were made on the buses before because of COVID. Because one of my concerns in the past is I'm not going on public transportation because I don't want to be exposed. And so the fact that you've had some dealings with making sure that, the buses maintain cleanliness and safeguard people from, vulnerable diseases or whatever, I think it helps to build confidence in a transit system that you can feel secure on.
I agree with what both Ms. Pennant and Mr. Coolman said. It's a huge improvement. It'll be a huge improvement to our city. When I think of if somebody says PREMO, I just want to kind of jump on your bandwagon, but actually even give you a little extra to say. Next time someone says, "What is PREMO?" It's not. It's like Miami, but it's better than Miami, right?
Gotcha.
Because that's what PREMO is. That's a great brand, by the way. It's better than Smart. PREMO is like VIP, right?
Gotcha.
So I think it's great, the branding. So, we can all, right off the top of our heads, 441, University Drive, Broward Boulevard, maybe Atlantic, or who knows, whatever goes into the Hollywood downtown. I don't know what street that is, Sterling but anyway, in Hallandale. So you can think of the corridors, but, and then I think of is housing, the land use part of it, and getting people that need more affordable housing that are going to use a corridor to go into work, along with that micro night shift transit too. They would maybe going into the beach or something like that and working in hotels. Hollywood Beach too. So all these things, the connection and then the connection to the local services, it just makes perfect sense. And that's what we've all been sitting on this board in hopes for. how long do you think it's going to take to at least get some of those major corridors installed? How long do you think it's going to take?
We'll actually go over that in more detail on Friday when we look
good.
at the 5-year plan. But the first things first. Once we get this PREMO study done, then we now we're in business, right? Now we start doing our project development. Now we start doing design, and with that, we're hoping to actually be in construction by the end of this 5-year period on a bus rapid transit and a light rail. Kind of one project of each within the next 5 years. We have more specific schedules, and just speaking ahead, even though we don't know the corridors yet, we sort of know the timing, and we can set aside the money. So we thought it was important that we start to lay this out, start to put money in place, and then kind of fill in the detail. Right. Then we fill in the where and whatever, but we start to set everything aside. We may have to have some refinements to it, but when you make it and you put in the budget, it's real, something we can point to. And then once it gets rolling, project development, design, construction, now you're in business. Now you've got that, and in each case, we have multiple light rail projects that would be planned for the future, multiple BRTs, and back to what I was saying about our shelters, right? Places I've been, you get this synergy, right? Once you start doing them, you get better at it. You get faster. You get smarter.
Right.
So the hard ones are the first ones, right? That's the tough one to get going. But once we get going, it starts to roll. And I want to say about land use. I think one of the issues and maybe one of the things that are hard for people to try to get their head around. It's not really transportation, it's land use, right? Premium services, they don't work without supportive mixed land uses.
Right.
And so the places I've been, we start building those systems, and I would be on the ground, I would be doing it. The private sector would be building faster than we were, right? And so we would have pent-up demand ready when those systems opened up. The opportunity for affordable housing along these corridors, all those things, that connection of housing to transit. We know that transit costs, by our current estimations, something around, an automobile costs about $10,000 a year by the time you look at your car payment, your insurance, your fuel, maintenance. That's a pretty big tax. And if a family has to have 2 cars, that's $20,000. If you could make it that a family needed 1 car, that's a tax break of $10,000 you can put back into people. So you've got to connect where you live to where those transit services are, so people don't have to have that extra car or maybe live without a car like we do in other cities. So it's a climb. We didn't get to where we are overnight. We won't get out of it overnight, but this is the path, and it's an exciting time right now because we're really starting to chart that course where all these things to make our community better, not just transit, but it makes our community better, a better, more livable place, all kind of is within our grasp for people to start to work on. And I think others, particularly like in issues like housing, will draft right along with us and start to really address some of the key issues of our community.
And when you bring up mixed use, Shay, you said you didn't have a lot of experience with it, but when I went to Nova in high school, I ran track, and I used to take the bus every day after track. And the one thing you realize, especially when you're going from Davie all the way to North Fort Lauderdale, is that there are peaks and valleys of when ridership goes up and goes down. So you may see a bus going down US 1 in one area where it's a little bit empty, but then it picks up a bunch of people maybe near the Pompano a mall or something, and then it drops some more people off. So it does go through peaks and valleys along and if you can add land use that's got retail, it starts to level off a little with more housing in some of the corridors. And so that's why I'm so appreciative of the approach of including land use to transit planning and how important that is. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have those peaks and valleys. And I sit on the Downtown Development Authority, and sometimes some of my board members are like, nobody rides buses anyway. Well, maybe you don't, okay? But people do, and they need it. And with gasoline prices going where they are, hopefully they'll go down. But still, there's things that happen that create the need to ride transportation, and hopefully it'll become a choice, like you said. and you may still keep a car, but you choose to use that when you're going out of town or going to the West Coast or down to Miami or whatever it is. But it's a scientific thing that you guys do, and I appreciate it. And I know it's going to take time, but this is what we've been waiting for, really. So thank you for your effort.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we do have Mr. Allen that has raised his hand,
sure.
and he would like to speak.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, apologize for me doing this on video, but I didn't want to face the transportation problems of getting downtown today. The question that I have goes back to two questions. The issue of PREMO and branding of PREMO, many years ago, as we looked to alleviate traffic on the interstate highways, we started to develop things such as the express lanes. And there was some criticism continuing that you're spending these dollars on these premium services such as express lanes. People that may not be affordable by all segments of the community. That you're spending these funds to provide services to an elite, if you will, population. And how do you deal with that potential criticism under PREMO?
Okay, well, no, I appreciate the question, but to me, what we're building is a premium service, not necessarily something at a premium cost, and that where the ridership is systematically is where we have people with transportation needs. That's the first place of demand. And then from there, we want to grow people who have choices, people who have cars. So fundamentally, it's going to lead us to those places and to those neighborhoods where we can get the most people on the vehicles. So I don't view this at all as, what was the term, Lexus Lane or something like that they had for the express services, that only the people that were well-to-do to use it. I think if you look at public transit anywhere in the country, I used to live in New York. You would be on a subway car with a millionaire, and you'd also be on a subway car with a transit manager. Right. Somebody else, right? So it was very inclusive. And I think that's really the kind of world, and that gets back to mixed use and everything, right? That you have various types of housing products, various types of people, a way for a community actually to come together. So I actually think, as opposed to sort of making the community exclusive, it starts to make the community kind of work together and become more livable. And that's how, if we do it right and we address land use and we make sure that it's affordable for everybody, that's where it's going to be this net positive.
Well, as you add these express services, are we talking about the potential that you're going to have a differentiation of rates between the premium service versus the not premium service?
That's another good question. We haven't really decided yet. We haven't gotten to sort of the finance of how we want to do it. But we'll say that as you kind of look at the evolution of public transit nationally, there is a lot of debate right now about the cost of transit. Should you even have fares? Those types of things. So I think that is an important discussion to have. From where I sit as a transit manager, we want to get the most people on the vehicle as we can, because I believe transit is a social good. And I think it's sort of undersupplied and underused as a social good. And we have to think about ways to do that. So, and we have to do that together. We have to put our financial plans together. But I think it's an excellent point, because if we're going to go to all this expense of building these really fine systems that move people around, we want to do everything we can think of to get people on them. And one way that I always know is people will come to great service. We have to design it so it's useful. But pricing in the long run, maybe has an issue to it. So I guess more to come on that, but I accept the point, and something for us to give really careful consideration to.
If I might just add.
The second question.
Hard to get.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
You're in your presentation, you talked about, mentioned existing corridor or opportunity to study corridors that already have had a history of development, such as the airport seaport connector. Is that one of the categories here that we may be looking at as trying to, advance projects that may have been put on the shelf because of either funding or environmental reviews? Now, the airport seaport, had an environmental study at one point in time, but didn't have funding available to move forward on that project. Is that something that is encompassed in your efforts here on the PREMO service?
Yes, I'm going to have Mr. Pringle comment on this.
Just quickly, your comment about the branding is certainly not lost on us. We want to make sure that we don't appear exclusionary. So one of the things we want to start using is a tagline, premium mobility for all. Kind of simple, but we want to make sure that we're addressing, it is a legitimate concern. In terms of coordinating with other efforts, the truth is there's a lot of transit activity and conversation occurring within the county right now. The Airport Seaport Connector is one of those. There's conversations about Broward Boulevard, Broward Commuter Rail, the Coastal Link, right? There's a lot of activity already occurring. And in some cases, those projects are actually ahead of the PREMO plan, but we want to make sure we're conscientious, we're connecting to that, we're acknowledging that effort as part of the PREMO plan. And then what PREMO can do is then bring even more opportunities to the table to get that service on the ground. But
the study here that's being talked about, does that incorporate, that discussion relative to that particular corridor?
So I guess the short answer to that is yes.
I just wondered who was moving forward on this project. Was Airport Seaport personnel, or whether that was the County Transportation Department?
But I think the point of that is sort of both, right? And what we intend to do is use any bit of work that somebody else has done on something to leverage that to help us move forward as we make decisions on what to do. And I'm a big believer in, we got to start getting stuff done. So we've got to pick corridors and projects that we can get in the ground and we can get moving. That's going to be part of our assessment, right? What do we do first? We've got to be thinking in terms of early success and for all the things that gives you, right? All that synergy of the future and whatever. So, I think that the project you're mentioning, very interesting to us. I think certainly part of it, and will be a big part of the discussion, at least early on in the programs.
After too many years in the government sector, it's been one of my major criticisms that we study things to death, we never get anything.
And now we have Surtax funding to get something accomplished.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. What's being done on the user side to help people plan a trip?
So we actually have, on our website, we have trip planning. You can go on to the BCT website, but we also have something called My Ride. We have an app that you can put in, and it will give you not only what trip you can take, but also real live bus arrival information. How long that trip will take you. It will show you the next 3 buses coming, and you can actually see a map of where that next bus is. So as people have the system to use and come to the system, we've actually got some pretty good technology to help them see. And that's not insignificant. For years and years, you had a schedule, you had to sit on the side of the road, and you had to look down and wonder when the bus was coming. Now you can see it, and if the bus is 15 minutes away, you can stay inside until it's time to come out to see it, because you've got that technology available right on your own device, which to me is even better than, there'll be places we'll put up, message boards and things like that, but we got 4,500 stops, getting something right into people's hands, that's the way to make it work and useful for people.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Any other questions? Well, hey, thanks for bringing the most exciting part of the program to the table today.
Okay.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And let me see where we are here. Huh? Oh, yes. Okay, Sandy, which is another important part of our program. guess, Mr. McDonald. He's going to report to us, so floor is yours.
Good morning. See, now it's going to be hard following the big three. See? That's what you just did. You set me up, Chair.
But you're already one of the favorites.
You set me up, Chair. You
hey, man,
set
you're
me
already
up.
one of our favorites, right?
Hey, gang, good morning. Again, we want to share with you where we are and what we're doing relevant to OESBD, our municipalities, and our county partners with your projects. Excited, should I say cautiously, excited about the numbers in terms of the reviews. Getting extremely excited from some more recent meetings where I'm really feeling that more of the projects are going to actually hit the street. I mean, those are good signs. And at the end, I'll even tell you about a training that we just did Monday with the cities again. Because in more of the reviews, we're getting more of the questions, but we're getting more of the questions because the cities are preparing to roll out more of the activities, and we don't want no confusion. But to date, the CBE projects, or the reviewed projects as of July, you'll see for the county, 59 projects. You'll see the total estimate for those projects. You'll see the goal on an average. And the same with the municipalities. That number continues to grow. That's why I said I'm getting excited about coming out of this summer when all the commissioners and everybody's back and they're sitting around their individual city commission meetings approving projects with the matching funds. We're really going to be gearing up. Still excited about that average number being about 33% on the projected reviews, but you're going to enjoy hearing from us December or by February when you start talking about reviews as awards and contracts on the street, and then those heavy number of actual participation of your CBEs. And I know that's what you've been waiting on for about 2 years, but most recent meetings are showing us that we are actually getting there. So we're excited about the reviews. We do have our numbers on the awards that's been made to date, and you'll see those awards relevant to the county and the individual cities. And you'll see, based on those actual awards, what the average goal is actually hitting. So though we're setting out to do 30%, and we do know, especially like projects 250,000 or less, we set no goals because we're following my same CBE program, not the SBE. But for all of the projects attempting for eligible activity to establish goals at least 30, for the county we're hitting 36, and for the cities we're hitting 34. So again, on awards, that's great. That previous slide with the reviews, if they can come in matching the same, you'll begin to get those numbers of the economic impact. You'll see exactly from those awards how many employees the small business companies had. Those are the individuals we're talking about that are in your county, paying their rent or their mortgage, going to the grocery store, going to the gas station, doing some leisure. You're turning that dollar back into your community. So as we close the year and certainly get into the spring of next year, we want to start demonstrating to you those true economic impacts. So you start understanding what the full GDP is. Excited about small business, excited about the goals, excited about the businesses getting the contracts. But when you really begin to understand how requiring the use of small business certainly impacts the total good of the county, inclusive of all the cities, I think that's the economic side of what you really wanted with Surtax. How does it really drive the economy and create opportunities? A lot of outreach still going on. MAP joined us at our Broward and Beyond conference. Those were the number of attendees, the different vendors. MAP was strongly represented in terms of sharing information, doing workshops. We're continuously still doing our outreach. As you remember, even when we have our conversation about the budget, our original goal was to make sure over the first 3 years that we did everything we could to expose our city and our community partners to all the opportunities that Surtax would offer going forward. Then we want to make sure we escalate that to make sure we're doing the same throughout South Florida and the state of Florida. So these outreach, as we go into next year, you will start seeing us in other communities doing the same because we have more small business opportunities. But by year 5, we're doing it because we want to create more workforce development activity. So a lot of the firms, a lot of the groups that Tim and Highway and others work with that get county contracts that are outside of our state is twofold. You can do a subsidiary and get a small business and have activity in Broward, or you can find the need knowing that there's 27, 25 more years of this occurring to actually set up shop in Broward and then grow my workforce opportunity. So then that's where I'm working with more of our career source workforce development partners, my alliance partner, my career source Broward partners, my OICs and others. And again, it's all starting from making sure these informational conferences and workshops and summits explain the information and the importance of the utilization of small business. What I did say, some will be happy with me, some won't be happy with me, but we had the training on Monday. And we advertised our training and we did our direct solicitation or communication to all of our folks for about 5 weeks. And we had a good number who had actually registered. But I think it's important, and it's not calling anyone out, but at the same time, it is calling anyone out. So we started 3 years ago. We were your frontline staff in advertising, marketing, and promoting the opportunities. Because we knew for the first time you have 31 cities, and whoever decides to participate via your ILA was going to be working with small businesses for the first time. So we really wanted to educate them what the opportunities were, but more importantly, even Broward County recognized the small businesses come from the city. We are Broward County, but the businesses have business license tax receipts in the cities. So it was going to be key to make sure that the cities really understood this advantages you by helping us identify more small businesses. So we did 2 rounds of going to all the cities, training them on the program, training them on the utilization of small business, and helping them to advertise and promote their projects, once they got ready. And so we just did another training on Monday, and I told the group that I had to come here anyway. So in support of them, some will like it and some won't, I wanted to make sure I shared who registered to attend. So for example, in my municipalities, I had 23 who registered to attend. I had over 54 people by bodies who registered to attend. I ended up with 45 attendees who actually did attend. And the shout out, respectfully or deservingly so, for my cities, I'm going to thank Hollywood, Sunrise, Dania Beach, Deerfield Beach, Tamarack, Lauderhill, Lighthouse Point, Wilton Manors, West Park, Pembroke Pines, Parkland, Weston, Margate, Miramar, Southwest Ranches, Pompano Beach, Hallandale, and Lauderdale Lakes. I'm thanking you for attending Monday. For those who didn't attend, I didn't call your name. This is August. I'll see you in November. But we are excited about this list because some even had 2 attendees. And it just means that whether they really knew the program or the process or not, they saw value in us extending the invitation, repeating ourselves. Some actually wanted us to do this because some of them in cities have actually had staff to change. So it made all the sense in the world. But again, we recognize we got to have the real partnership with the municipalities because when it's all said and done, they grow what is my Get Certified campaign because the businesses really are closer to the individual cities than they are the county. I mean, I won't say out loud that I still have about 1/3 of all businesses in Broward County who does not have a Broward County business license tax receipt. And you need to know if you are a business in Broward County and there's over 77,000 businesses in Broward, you're required to have a Broward business license tax receipt. But my cities are chiming at about 98%. So again, as I tell the cities, you really do know the businesses who are in our county. So you're my best outreach. You're my best target recruiter. You're my best disseminations of information on behalf of this program. So again, we really were excited and we talked about it in the training and we used live examples. Angela, I don't know what you would call it. I'll do one of those old TV commercials. We kept the names out to protect the innocents. But we did take real live examples of some miscues or some miscommunications or some missteps to make sure that the cities really did understand we're here, not just during the quarterly meetings, not just during your project But anytime as an office, for the small business component, for the economic development component, we're really here to help you go through the process. We don't want to get to the end and find out something didn't work right. And a lot of it is communication. So we use some of those real examples to make sure that they knew that they could reach out. But again, your MAP team, including last night, we celebrated Black Business Month, so we joined the Black Chamber, and we went over to make sure that we once again can expose the opportunities. My shop went, your MAP team went, and those are the things we have to do in every pocket. So for those listening, in case you've missed it the last 3 years, you can call on our group, and I'll speak for MAP, to attend any community group or meeting to be informed, to be educated, or to be excited, and to learn about Surtax. You know, to learn about what MAP is in its entire picture, to learn how it can advantage the actual individual residents. We brought it into our workshop even for my upcoming entrepreneurship program. We're doing the same thing, as I said, at my alliance meetings. Everyone needs to know that for how we see the economic impact in this rolling out with 27 more years, it's major. But if you have a group, an economic development organization, my chambers, I'm actually getting ready to do the presentation coming up with the City of Fort Lauderdale's chamber next week. So I do their lunches and their breakfast. But anyone can call on us to bring the information out. And again, I believe Matt would do the same with us. So we want to make sure we're still saying that anyone can, because at the end of the day, we need them all. We need to grow our small business participation. We need to grow the number of small businesses. And as you heard from Tony and the highway, and you heard from transit, all of that leads to more economic opportunities, and we are truly inclusive of these opportunities. So I was short today, but that's my spiel.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the good work.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, we have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that Phil?
No, this is Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
I can't undo the video here. Didn't unlock me here. I wanted to say congratulations. Huh?
Go ahead.
I wanted to say the thanks, Sandy, for a very good presentation. But my question and concern is this. I noticed that a number of upcoming projects now are of a size and nature that a lot of small architectural and engineering firms can participate in, as well as smaller contractors. And I wanted to see what they're doing to sort of ensure that there's maximum participation in these particular areas. That's one. Two, I know that the categories, we're showing the major percentages, and I'd like to know, are you also keeping a breakdown of the various categories? So if we wanted to find out how many CSB architects were participating in this program, you're able to spit out that number, or small contractors or things of this nature, because we're moving away from the highway type construction to building kinds of things, buildings more or less, which provides a lot more opportunity. I noticed that you talked about these small businesses and the employees that they have, so we're showing that the funds are being spread throughout the community type of situation. So that's what I like to see, some names put with some of these CSBEs, so we can ensure that ethnically, I know you can't report it from a Black standpoint, but that's one of my primary interests, is to make sure the Black architects and engineers and contractors are able to participate in this project and through the different municipalities. I know that was a long, rambling question, but do your best to try to respond to it.
No, we got you, and I can be brief. The answer for the latter part is yes, we can pull it by industry. And thank you for articulating it the right way towards the end. Yes, I have that information, even through ethnicity and gender, and at any time, One of the board members can ask us for that per project or across the board, and we'll share that as well. We do actually track that. Though Broward is a race and gender neutral program, I'm not telling all those who listen that I collect that data and use that data to leverage it for anything other than statistically understanding who we're serving in Broward and how we can serve those populations underserved based on reporting, even in a greater fashion. So the answer is yes. And the other part, we are, even with the cities, even as the projects get larger, your buzzword is going to be unbundle. That's why before your projects hit the street with your county, as well as your projects hit the street through the cities, they come to our shop first. Our staff is designed and working with the cities and the county agencies to take a look at those opportunities, and even for the larger projects, the bigger they get, to make sure we're unbundling where the opportunity presents, so the small businesses also have a chance, not only for a larger piece of the pie, but when appropriate, even to be the prime in some of those areas. So we are unbundling. We will continue to review those projects. Again, we do recognize there may come a day when some of the larger projects will not be primed by a CBE, and that's no fault of the CBE. We recognize by program. A CBE's average gross can only be $5 million for most industries, $9 million for construction. So at the end of the day, if that's all they're averaging as a company to be certified in the program, then there'll certainly never be a prime on a $20 or $30 million contract. But with that being said, they certainly can be a prime on just as many $5, $8, and $10 million projects, and not just a 30% or 10% of someone's $5 or $10 million projects. So we're careful about that. And again, I will say we're careful about it, not because Surtax is new to us as a program. We're careful about it because I do it every single day in terms of the small business program with the county. And with all of our larger programs, when it comes to the design and when it comes to unbundling, we start with the user agency pulling it out. And even when we identify different funding sources, which also will be a challenge and an opportunity down the road, we can also do the same based on the different funding sources. So yes, I can definitely give you by industry, show you who the firms are who are winning. And what I even like more than those who are winning, I like to see those who are engaging the process. It's important to be in the process. That old lottery adage, you can't win if you're not playing. You got to get in the game. So we enjoy making sure there's enough of them at least in the game to have the opportunity to win. But certainly, without question, we work with the agencies and the cities to unbundle. That is your key word, to make sure that the CBEs still have lion's share opportunities of these projects.
Well,
Anyone
thank you
else have
very
any
much
questions?
for your response.
Well,
And I need to know whether or not we need to send you some bodyguards because you're doing your job.
Well, I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So Sandy, I am, to Mr. Fraser's point, I'm curious to see those data.
So
the
you're going to send me an
statistic.
email.
So
I'll send you an email.
could I invite Mr. McDonald to do a presentation during the November workshop, where you're going to be doing your quarterly report and maybe provide some of this information as well? Even if you just send it ahead of time, it's your choice. But during the briefings, everyone was asking for a much more detailed quarterly report, so I think it's coming.
So allow me to present in November a more detailed quarterly report based on the county's ordinance of your program. For something that may not be included based on the ordinance of your program, send me an email.
Okay. I got my orders. Thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. McDonald? Sandy, thank you very much. You're
Thank you,
always
guys.
a breath of fresh air.
Isn't he? Always. Thank you, Sandy.
I believe, Gretchen, you and Angela are up next with the map administration.
We are up next. Thank you. This will be quick. We're standing between you and your lunch. And Mr. Garling still has his 23 budget after this, so we'll go quickly. Just give you an update on some of the accomplishments in map administration. We continue having one-on-one meetings with the municipal representatives, their project management team, for every project that gets a funding agreement executed, walk through all of the requirements, actually show them the tools, the reporting tools, fillable forms, teach them how to use the portal that it's kind of an interim solution for us right now. It's a SharePoint site while we build out a much more robust database that will act as a centralized repository for all information related to municipal project funding agreements. It'll allow the municipalities to communicate with us, to upload documents. It will allow us to get notifications when a document that requires any type of review and approval has been uploaded. It'll allow us to communicate internally with the agencies that interact with municipalities that are receiving surtax grants. I also wanted to point out that we have 4 municipal projects that are complete. So they are in their final project closeout and reconciliation process at this time. And hopefully for those of you that are driving around Broward County on a regular basis, you're seeing those branded construction signs. We have about 30 out on construction sites at the moment. I'm going to turn it over to Angela.
Good morning. Okay, so the municipal project agreement status. So from the Cycle 1 projects, there have been 53 executed agreements to date. And Gretchen just mentioned the 4 projects that have been completed. There are 37 capital projects, 17 construction, 19 design, 1 planning, and then 16 rehabilitation and maintenance projects. There are 11 agreements in draft form that we're working with the municipalities to complete. 7 of those are capital projects, 4 are rehabilitation and maintenance projects. There are 9 ineligible projects that are sidewalk-only projects. Once we receive the documentation related to those projects, and they did not have any road improvements, they were determined to be ineligible. There are 17 project checklists and accompanying documentation that are undergoing internal review by the county in preparation for drafting the project agreements for those projects. There are 16 capital projects, 1 rehabilitation and maintenance project with documents under review. And there are 32 projects for which we have not received any checklist or documentation. 17 municipal capital projects and 15 rehab and maintenance projects.
I do have a comment. I had some issues with the 9 ineligible projects during my briefing, and in light of everyone's time, I would like to request that the communications that Angela and I had yesterday, I think there's about 7 or 8 pages. There's 5 or 6 different emails back and forth. Rather than take our time now to discuss it, I would request that those emails be shared with the board, and that at the end of our meeting tomorrow, where we have members' comments, I would like to discuss those. I would caution you not to talk to each other about them. I assume they can talk to Angela or Gretchen about them. I don't know. But rather than take up the time today, I have some, from my perspective as a land planner, I have some serious concerns about whether these projects should be considered ineligible. I'm not talking from a legal standpoint, I'm talking from a practical standpoint. Okay. So with that said, if you will better send them to me just to make sure I got the same ones I have. And we'll reconvene tomorrow at the end of our meeting to discuss this particular issue.
On Fridays, Chair. And I wanted to let you know that Phil Allen is raising his hand about this as well.
Pardon?
Phil Allen has raised his hand.
Okay, Phil. Phil, are you there?
There, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I've had the similar concerns relative to how those monies are remaining in reserve for even projects that have been determined to have been ineligible. And I'm prepared tomorrow to offer up an amendment or a recommendation for our transmittal letter to perhaps again point out this board's concern relative to those cancellations and getting off the dime as it relates to the, I think, $6 million worth of project funding that remains in limbo because those projects are not, in fact, proceeding. And whether the local jurisdictions have, in fact, requested or acknowledged and withdrawn those requests going forward. So, yeah, I'm prepared to have that discussion tomorrow during the discussion as to the approving future projects that might perhaps limit new project proposals or new project awards for those jurisdictions that remain sitting on those funding sources. Thank you.
Bill, I have a question. I assume you're talking about the 32 projects with no checklist documents submitted, correct?
I was just talking about the 9 ineligible
Okay.
projects.
Oh, the same 9 I was concerned about. Okay,
Right.
we'll talk tomorrow. Thank you.
Right. So I guess for clarification, Mr. Kuhlman and I have had an email exchange yesterday regarding the criteria outlined in the statute regarding, and the issue regarding standalone sidewalk projects. That email exchange, the vice chair has requested that the email exchange be distributed to all of the board members, and during non-agenda at the end of the meeting on Friday, we have a discussion about that. Some of you may recall that in previous meetings, and I'm sure our last oversight meeting in March, there was a discussion about sidewalk-only projects. And so there's this issue of their ineligibility and Mr. Kuhlman's desire to make them eligible, and the issue of the municipalities not having withdrawn them, because the county cannot cancel the projects. So they would need to be withdrawn by the municipality, and so they're taking up space. And then what to do with regard to those projects, and somehow having some movement, because at this point there's no movement in that regard. And that's what Mr. Allen's proposal would consist of, which is something he had shared with us. So all of it will be part of the non-agenda discussion on Friday, and you'll see the communications that have occurred in that regards in advance, so that you can have them prior to the discussion on Friday.
Go ahead.
So I would just emphasize that that within the 32 projects that Angela just mentioned, that there are 9 projects totaling about $13.4 million that do have a deadline to commence of June of 2023, so less than a year from now, before they could be subject to the county's cancellation. Okay. And now just a brief municipal funding update. As you could see in Sandy's presentation, we do have over 100 projects that have been reviewed for a goal. We have $52.4 million worth of municipal surtax projects under agreements. That constitutes 49 executed PFAs with 19 cities. You can see the details about the number of project funding agreements per municipality off to the right of the slide. And we've advanced a little more than $14 million. As you know, this program was created very different than most grants, in that we are not doing a reimbursement. We advance the funding in quarters, sometimes all of it at once if the project is valued at less than $250,000. We've paid out $7.7 million to capital projects, $6.7 million to rehab and maintenance projects. Last year, during your retreat, the Oversight Board requested that we engage in some public sentiment work. So we brought that survey back to you. We shared it with multiple stakeholders in the Mobility Advancement Program before we actually disseminated it. we used very similar strategies as were described by Mr. Pringle earlier with the PREMO outreach and the surveying. We have tablets, we go out to events, and we've also asked all of you and many other stakeholders, including the Prosperity Partnership, to post it on social media, post it on their websites. And at this point, we have almost 1,000 responses to that public perception survey. The next step is to really get into a more granular discussion at a kind of a focus group or charrette type of level. We plan this fall to be going out to at least 6 or 7 different sites at various times of day to compensate those that are willing to participate in these groups and make sure that they are also being delivered in the 4 major languages that are spoken. So we've identified a group that has facilitators, trained, certified, advanced facilitators that will deliver these focus groups in the 4 major languages. And we'll have some more information and some preliminary results of those focus groups available for you when we come back to you in November. You also mentioned that you'd like us to have as much of a social media presence as possible, getting out there and educating people about the program and what it is doing in a variety of different mediums. And we have 43 videos running on our YouTube station. I must say that your oversight board meetings and workshops remain extremely popular. Our e-newsletter, which was started back in 2021, we have over 6,000 subscribers that receive that e-newsletter, and about a 30% open rate, which is significantly higher than the national average. Our project dashboard is also extremely popular. It's increased in popularity over 2021, as you can see, quite significantly. This is where people go to get information about the actual projects that are happening. And we're getting hits on our public project dashboard, about 23 a day. There was a lot of discussion over the last few oversight board meetings and your retreat about making sure that we are telling the story about what the Surtax is doing in our community. And one of the best ways to do that is through branding. Consistent branding. So I'm happy to report we've made a lot of progress with community shuttle branding and memorialized signage for projects that have been completed. You can see a mock-up that we received from Broward County Transit for the community shuttles. It's very hard to see, I know, because it's quite small, but on the side of the shuttle, we'll have the tagline brought to you by the Penny for Transportation, and then on the back of the shuttle, there'll be the cooperative logo and also the Broward County Transit logo. Off to the right, as Tony mentioned in his first slide about his accomplishments, we've agreed to the way that we're going to be branding, memorialized signage on bridge improvements. And then we've also got some multimodal decals. I don't know if anybody from Public Works happens to have. No, okay. So it's fine. The decals we've worked on for quite a few months with our Public Works stakeholders, try to come up with something that's both very easy to recognize, resilient, sustainable, and these would be the types of decals that would be placed in kind of sidewalk projects, bike lane projects, things of that nature. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Tim, unless there are any questions. Okay, great.
Does anyone have any questions? I only have one comment, and that is hearing about the PREMO today, and I know they're doing some, whether it's called advertising or whatever, but I assume that's going to fall into this branding fairly soon. And to me, it's just one of the most exciting things I've heard in a while, and I hope we're going to be broadcasting.
Yeah, absolutely. As we talked about, the public outreach aspects of PREMO are just critical, right? Not only getting the feedback from the public, but branding and getting the word out there. So a large portion really of the cost of going forward is to make sure that we have boots on the ground to get the word out, to leverage social media, and to really let people know that this is an important surtax initiative.
Thank you. I guess we're back to you again.
Just quick comment before we do move forward. I mean, it's a comment and a question. I mean, I think we're not where we need to be still with our public-facing image. So my question would be, where does this go from here? Like we mentioned, the YouTube channel. I mean, if the oversight board meetings are popular, they're getting like 80 views, it looks like, on there. So I don't know. I mean, at what point is the big splash, right? And who does that? Do we bring in outside marketing agencies at some point? I mean, maybe our progress is a little slow to date. Maybe it's not the right time. But to me, from just the public's perspective, I'm not hearing, okay, yeah, this is our big splash and we're out there. I mean, maybe, I don't know if you guys agree with that or, you know, what you think, but I think we're going to need a lot more of that to get people excited about what we're doing and all this money that's going to be spent.
Come forward, please.
Can you hear me? So to answer your question, what we're trying to do is align and proportion the marketing budget and efforts to the amount of projects out there. So once we hit a certain benchmark on projects, active projects, we increase our marketing efforts. But for the first 18 months of starting a program like this and continually working with Javier with the CIT, BTTI in Miami, and comparing notes with Palm Beach, California, and other areas who've done this sort of project, we're actually ahead of the curve. As far as exposure goes and views on videos, we don't promote any, but one, we did kind of a test route. It's a little bit challenging promoting content digitally because of government P-card issues, believe it or not. But the one test try we did have where we worked out all the kinks, and I think we're only a month off from being able to be really aggressive with online education campaigns in pockets. Our one run for a week, if you look at our main video, which is the corporate video, we have over 3,000 views. So hope that answers your question, and I look forward to giving you guys updates. Again, as the projects, active projects increase, so will our marketing efforts align with those efforts.
Anthea?
Yes, I have a quick comment. I thought we did hire a marketing firm, did we not?
We had some marketing support, and we still do. They helped us a lot with getting the logo going and the branding, a lot of technical graphics support, where we use the files and images still today in the products that we're creating, like the rack cards you've seen, the pull-up banners you saw at Sandy's event, translations, the annual report is an upcoming project.
So why are we not using the marketing firm?
We're doing, sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So we had an initial contract when we didn't have any internal staff.
Okay.
We needed substantial support to stand this program up and start to tell the story and get our branding together. We had an initial contract that was specific to the Surtax, and it ends actually on September 30th of this year. We continue to utilize marketing support, but it's broad. So I'll give you an example of something that we are working on right now, additional videos. And we'd really like to also look at AR, VR, 3D videos, not just two-dimensional videos. So we use our Office of Public Communications that has a master agreement with a multitude of CBE and non-CBE firms that specialize in various types of marketing and public outreach. And then when we have a particular effort or initiative that we're about to undertake, then we seek a work authorization. We put out the scope, we say this is what we need, this is how long we think it's gonna take, and anybody that's on that particular, it's called a qualified vendors list, they can bid. and then we go through a negotiation process and we have a contract with them. So we have various different ways of trying to tackle what we can't do internally. And you know, again, we're available to a lot of different firms. It's not just one marketing firm.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't
Jay,
realize.
I kind of disagree with you. I actually am impressed at what they're doing, as opposed to being slow in whether you kind of advertising buses or, I think the word's out there, and then I think PREMO's even gonna get us more excited. Would like to know whatever happened to that office space, but we can talk. I mean, that seems to be lagging. I would agree with you there, but I'm actually pleased with whether you want to call it marketing or this whole branding thing. I think we're in what, 3.5 years since they started collecting money. That's pretty
I'm
fast.
not saying I'm displeased. What I'm saying is, I think with something this big, at some point, we need a splash that's requisite with how huge this is when we're really ready to tell the story. I think getting it, and I think that was answered a little bit in the sense that they're staging it out based on the progress. And so you don't want to spend the dollars at the wrong time, but for it to all come out of like a county-based mechanism and to think that that kind of marketing power, right, with something this large is going to come from that infrastructure, I don't know. I mean, people do what they do for reasons, right? You have advertising agencies for reasons that come in and rebrand things, just like we're doing, bringing in national experts to do the study. It's a very similar type of thing, but I think it's great, the effort that we've made and getting a logo and those sorts of things. And I think demographics-wise, you may have more exposure, maybe around more people that recognize this, but I can just tell you, in my demographic, I think half the people don't know that this is out there. And maybe it's not the time to make the big splash, but that's just my perspective.
So I'd just like to reiterate that we are not relying solely on county staff, that we utilize vendors. So we have a variety of different vendors, both CBEs and non-CBEs. We're using them to build our website. So I don't know if Nicole mentioned that, but we're getting off the county's website. We're building our own independent website, and we're going to utilize, the best vendor that we can find to do that job. And they're also going to help host it and get our SEO up. We will go out and we will get the very best talent that we can find for all of our marketing and public educational efforts. And with respect to your question, Vice Chair, we just had a meeting on the progress for the Surtax Plaza, for the build out of that space. And our expectation is that when we do the groundbreaking for that kind of public engagement space, where we hope to be able to have all kinds of interactive, videos and ways for people to learn how to use the system and all of that, I think we're going to do a big press release on that, and we'll be, really pushing out some information. But we want to be sensitive also to try to align some of our efforts with what Tim's group is going to be doing around PREMO, because we should leverage our resources as much as possible.
I think it's good that you're using multiple marketing agencies outside, because I think in some communities, depending on who the marketing company is, they can appeal to that demographics, right? So you really need to have a diverse panel of providers that can, so makes sense. Got it.
Okay, with that, I didn't hear a date about when this last party's going to be.
They told me spring.
What year?
Spring. So I'm hopeful March, but again, they're having some supply chain issues as well. But there's a lot of progress that's happening, and actually, I've invited them to come and give a presentation to you in November, show you the progress so far, let you see the kind of construction photos, give you some ideas of what the ultimate finishes are going to look like. So you'll be getting that in your November meeting on the 18th.
Fine. With that, let's get back on schedule and turn it back to the deputy.
Okay, thank you. So let's get started here. So this is the fiscal 23 Surtax budget request for Broward County Transit. We've talked about many of the sort of the fundamentals of what we're doing, so I think we can get through this pretty quick. This is the financial aspect, and I also say that I'm excited to show on Friday the whole 5-year plan, where we'll see a better context about how all these things in 23 are going to fit into getting really some good start to the program. So this is 23. So the first thing is what we call transit ways. This is our bus rapid transit, our light rail investments, $3.9 million. It's really set up for design and project management, those services. We've got some additional design money we're looking for the Corridor 1 that we're calling it, and then also getting ready for project development for BRT Corridor 2. In our plan, just to preview a little bit, we're hoping to be in construction for BRT Corridor 1 in fiscal 26, and we hope to be in construction for BRT Corridor 2 in fiscal 28. So just to give you an idea, we'll go over that in more detail, but we've got to get the design done and et cetera. And as we talked about in the hiring component, we're supplementing our existing staff with project management. So it works well when that project management starts and supports during design. So our project management team understands the design of the project and then rolls right into construction. These BRT projects are big, right? They're going to be $87 million, $90 million, $95 million as we go. So these are big, large endeavors. In the area of transit, this is really our bus purchases generally. Here we see we're going to spend $47.3 million. $37.6 million to purchase 26 electric fixed route buses with the Surtax program. These are going to replace our aging buses along our path to have an all-electric fleet. Our paratransit vehicles, at this point, they are all propane powered. And how we do this, there really isn't a paratransit vehicle right now that is provided with propane capacity. So what we have to do is purchase vehicles and then retrofit them with propane, so it's cleaner burning. We're continuing to monitor the market for electric vehicles of this style, of this size, these smaller vehicles. The market's just not quite there yet, but we're expecting at some point in the future that will transition. We also have, and we had the same things last year, we have about $2 million a year for general planning consultants. Again, as we're growing into all these new business areas, this provides supplements to our existing staff. For our capital transit infrastructure construction, $65 million. Rolling along with our customer facilities, that bus shelter program, 75 shelters a year, bus stop improvements. What we plan to do really in fiscal 23 is all new bus stop signs and poles, as well as at 300 bus stops to actually have solar-powered lighted bus stops. So those places where we don't have shelters give people a little better feeling of security. So we'll be able to light them. So we're actually kind of interested in that as a way to help people feel a little bit better about their surroundings, and local bus infrastructure, again, building more bus stop pads. In operational facilities, there's a major project for the Copans Road rehabilitation. It's our main bus facility. We already have a $17 million federal grant in place for that. So this is part of that leverage. It'll be a $67 million total project, and this will be that sort of local match to make that project go and allow us to rehabilitate and modernize a very old facility. We have operational facilities infrastructure improvements. As in all things, we have facilities that age. They need new equipment, new HVAC systems, and things like that. So we actually have money yearly to do those kind of improvements, upgrade equipment, and the like. And then close to $1 million for electric bus charging infrastructure. So to support the electric buses, we have to have the infrastructure in.
A quick question, that 50 million, and then you said you've got matching funds. I'm confused. What's it going to cost? How much is Surtax?
So $50 million of Surtax.
50 million of
here,
Surtax.
right? At $17 million from the federal discretionary grant.
So it's a
$67 million total.
That's not a bad.
Yeah. And so, but again, we're going to upgrade the facility for electric buses. We're going to actually redo it. All these things that electric buses will help cause our service lines change. So it will really allow us to take the current campus, that current facility, and modernize it so we can actually grow and have more buses in place. Yeah.
The chair.
I'm sorry, I was figuring the percentage of whatever leverage we had. Go ahead.
For the electric bus charging infrastructure, I know there is a lot of dollars from the federal infrastructure bill. Are we able to tap any of that?
Yes, we've actually put in some grant applications for low and low-no grants for both infrastructure and buses. So we've already got those in place. But in all cases, generally, you're looking at a 50% local match, if we get them. And we're kind of budgeting them right now until we get them in hand. We really want to we need to progress our program. Once we get them in hand, then we can defer any monies that we've set aside for these for something else.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and then just to support all this stuff that we're going to do, we've got design dollars in place. We have several intermodal facilities, and again, we'll go over more of these schedules and the like in the 5-year program. But we're looking at really working on 3 intermodal facilities: West Broward out in Sunrise, West Regional Transfer Facility in Plantation, their Emergency Operations Center, and a new transfer facility in Hollywood. All those things will be, scheduled for construction in the 5-year period. So we've got to get started on design, and of course we've got to design the bus stop improvements and the bus pads and the like that we had the construction money in for. In operational facilities, I did want to mention the paratransit operations facility, the design of that. One of the things that we're really looking at is the way we do paratransit right now. We contract out for the service. And so we have the vendor provide the site, and we end up sort of leasing that site from the vendor. The trouble with that is, as land is very difficult to get here, and if we ever want to get to that place where we have electric buses, it makes it almost impossible for vendors to, sign up for like a 5-year contract and put in infrastructure and expect to get it paid off. So our business plan, our business concept is to basically create a paratransit operational facility that has maintenance capabilities. Ultimately, we'll have it set up, because we're expecting electric buses at some point, we'll have it set up that we can have electric charging stations there. And then we will bring in the paratransit vendor to operate it. That actually ought to create more competition for the vendors that come in and run those services. And it's a model that I'd actually used in Portland, Oregon, because it's just creates consistency and gives us a chance to have a sustainable, good paratransit program in a long time, and really lets more vendors be able to participate in the program. Then we've got design for, again, the operational facilities, and then charging stations for the buses, again, over the next 5 years. All those things have to be designed. Okay, now other transit capital infrastructure, IT enhancements. We're upgrading, aside from the normal things like you're buying servers and sort of the basic equipment, we have a couple of big projects. One, we're upgrading our non-vehicle radio infrastructure, going from analog to digital, modernizing that, better reliability. And we also have a project to put in automated passenger counters in every one of our buses. So I think for the long run, that will give us a wealth of information about where we're picking people up, where we're dropping them off. When we do our COAs, those comprehensive operational analysis, it will just help us be smarter about where the demand is and where we run, what time of day, where we put our buses, so we can be efficient. As we're adding service, we can be efficient as we're adding it. So I think that's going to be a good thing. Security enhancements, I'm very excited about this. We are going to look and evaluate potential crash avoidance systems that we can put into our vehicles. Many of you have cars that have automatic alarming or braking or things like that. The transit industry's kind of been behind in that, so we're actually looking at sort of add-on features that we can alarm our drivers or maybe end up with ways to enhance safety of the vehicle. So I think that has very good implications of safe running the system in the long run. And again, all these projects from the Copens project and whatever, we need project management support to help with all the construction that we're going to do. So that's basically the construction part. In operations, we talked about where we were at before with the ridership. So as we look at fiscal 23, our whole goal is restoration to 2019, right? We want to put the system back to where we were in 2019. So we're not planning any increase in budget. So we want that 2019 budget. That's what we've kind of been budgeted. We've just been underspending it for the last few years. We just want to kind of get back to this 1.5 million service hours. We want to get those bus operator hired. We want to get back to where we were. And then as I'll talk on Friday, we have a plan for how we're going to ramp up the service and put in BRTs going forward from that place. And as Mr. McCoy talked about earlier, our late night service project, that's actually going to be rolling out next week. And what that's going to do, the late night service, I actually have one. It's called Late Shift Connect. And what people are going to be able to do is if they they'll be able to apply or ride. If they take public transit to their job and our service ends, like overnight. So say you're working in the hospitality industry, you get off work at 2 a.m. or something like that, and our buses stop at midnight. This would give you an opportunity to get a subsidized cab ride home. So you could take public transit to your site, and then you'd get a subsidized ride home. Or conceivably, if you had to start really early before the buses were, you could take the cab to your job and to come back. There will be a form that you fill out on a website. We verify your employment, and this will allow you to have 5 rides a week at $15 a ride. You'll be issued this card, right? Your name will be on it. This is a card that will be swiped in the cabs, so the cabs will see this card and know that the full amount of money is available on it, and then our back office all takes care of the payment to the cab drivers, and we take care of the price of that ride. So this is something that we're getting started. We're really excited, particularly because we're a hospitality type community. This is a way to cost effectively provide rides late at night. Otherwise, we'd just be trying to run empty buses, and you just can't really do it. So this would be targeted. It would be a way to make sure that people could use the transit system when it's operating and still find a way to get home and get to and from. So we think this is an innovative, good program, and we're very interested to see how that's going to be used. And then the microtransit project, this is really supporting our community shuttle programs. There's 5 communities that we're going to start with. Broadview Park, Central County, these are the Broward Municipal Service Districts, and then Southwest Hollywood, West Park, and Hillsborough Beach. And this would basically be demand response. These vehicles would be circulating in a geo-fenced area, and you would be able to hail it with an app to get a ride. They would pick you up, take you within the geofence, or take you to a bus station that you could continue your trip. So in a way, I think looking at this for the long term, as we talked about having the right tool for the job, where those fixed route services don't really work, where you have low density areas, this kind of on-demand travel may be the best way to link people to this broader and bigger transportation network when we've got less dense communities. We're hoping that RFP gets out the door in September and that we can get on with this project as well. So these are 2 sort of really new business functions that we're
Deputy Director, I have a question on this page. On the 53.9 million transit operating.
Yes.
Is that the money that's coming out of the surtax for 2023? And is that a reoccurring expense because it says operating surtax revenues or supplement operating budget of, so that's a reoccurring.
Yes, and this will be, so this is essentially how the surtax has been set up, is they will pay our operating deficit. So we pile up all of the various fundings that we have for our operations, fare box, ad valorem taxes, gas taxes, money we get from the state, we pile all that up, and then the difference is what the surtax pays for. And you'll see on Friday, we've kind of laid out all 5 years. This is actually sort of less than we would normally pay because we're just finishing off the COVID relief monies that were given to us by the federal government to run our systems without charging fares. And so this is really, fiscal 23 is the last year we're really going to be able to take advantage of those funds. And in 24, we'll sort of be back to paying full freight. And so
We'll see the real deficit.
Then we'll see the real deficit, yeah. But we'll go over that on Friday, and you'll see the increase over time, and that deficit is important. Having better service is expensive, and it allows us to provide those more hours of service, and that's the thing that creates the network.
Thank you.
I'm just so excited about so much of this. That project that you talked about, the late night project, I really love the fact that it's creating opportunities for the cab drivers. You know, it's not just that the individuals have the convenience of being able to get home when they need to, but that it's also creating a revenue stream for cab drivers, who I'm sure many of them have suffered because of, you know, all kinds of challenges lately, right? So there's that. So I'm excited about that. I also had a question about some of the numbers in the budget, infrastructure design, where I see, you know, Hollywood transfer facility, and then I see, and that's like 255, and there's another West Regional transfer facility. The disparity in the amount. One is 1.9 million, one is 255,000. My mistake. I thought it was million. I was thinking, why is such a significant difference? But
So the design is typically sort of a function of the size of the construction. And so in both cases of the West Broward Intermodal Center out in Sunrise, that's likely to have a sort of a bigger facility that will have a park and ride garage, and it will be bigger, so the design will cost more. At the West Regional Transfer Facility, that will probably be more commensurate. If you're familiar with the Lauderhill Transit Center, it will probably be more of that size and scale. And at Hollywood, we're going to build a sort of a smaller scale facility, maybe only $2 to $3 million, and you'll see that in the 5-year budget. The land that we're looking at as a potential to put it on may be part of a longer term redevelopment, air rights and the like. So we're going to basically sort of build sort of a footprint, if you will, with bus shelters on it, and that will be our place where we'll transfer only a few $1 million, and then continue to work with that community to build a really kind of first-rate transit facility, maybe that can be integrated or complement TOD that they're planning for that area. But that's going to, you know, the TOD and stuff will take some time, so we want to make sure that we get a good transfer facility there that's desperately needed in Hollywood, and that gives us money to do it. So the short answer really is design is sort of commensurate with the size of the capital investment. And by doing it this way, you don't really see the capital investment, which we'll lay out for you on Friday.
right, okay. And I was just kind of curious about, is it the demographics that's driving the capital investment, you know, the components that are driving the level of investment, you know? Are you spending less money in one area because there's less ridership, or, you know, those are the things I was thinking.
Well, you know, it's kind of complicated, and there's a lot of different things that we're doing, right? So operational facilities are sort of like you got to repair and replace the ones that you have. You got to look for new places, and then, you know, we're looking for opportunities, right? So one of the things that that we'll talk in more detail. All these capital investments, this is the design, but all these capital investments are dependent upon finding land. And so some of that is, it goes at wherever we can find space, like a paratransit facility, most likely wherever we can get land. And all those things are always tenuous, and we have to be able to move quickly, and we have to be able to put things in place. So much of it, like these transfer facilities and things like that, it is kind of complementing where ridership is, but we want to get more. So we're just trying to look and take advantage of opportunities as we get them.
I got it. Thank you. Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, and then there is, in this budget, there is $60 million for regional transportation projects. If you recall, last year there was $80 million that was put in for the budget. So there's an annual amount right now, and this is the place that we're going to be looking to fund commuter rail. And this is very similar to the explanation that we had last year. We're going to be looking to initiate project development and environmental issues. More to come on Friday. There'll be a specific request on how we program that money. But at this point, money is just being set aside for various regional projects that could come up, one of which is commuter rail. And we'd be coming to you sort of project by project or item by item on how we would put that money to use.
I have a question. You mentioned that last year we had 80 million. This year we have 60 million. It's setting over here, and I know when we get into commuter rail, the dollars are big. So is this money just being saved for that, and it's simply taken out of this budget year? Is that what I understand?
Yeah, and I guess you think about it like we're sort of paying forward or setting up a reserve, right? We know that, and even the transit projects that are coming, right? We are going to have pretty sizable projects. The First Light Rail project may be in excess of $800 million. So we can't afford it in any one particular year. So we're sort of setting aside of that reserve, and then as we're setting that reserve aside, we're coming with the very specifics that we'll talk about on Friday. This is the use for the money now. So as we use the money, then we come to you and we talk about what that use is going to be.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, I believe Phil Allen has a question on this one.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, going back to your question relative to the last slide, which was on the capital and operating support, I think it was $50 million or something like that. You said we're going to be talking about that including in the 5-year plan, but can you historically go back and show maintenance of effort relative to ad valorem taxes versus the surtax supplement?
Well, yes, and the way it was set up was that historically about $27 million a year was put in from ad valorem. And as we did the 30-year plan, we put in that maintenance of effort, that $27 million coming from surtax. So that doesn't increase, it doesn't decline. So in each year's budget, that $27 million is the surtax amount. There are other amounts, and I can talk about those. Right? I can be prepared to talk about those numbers on Friday. But there is, we receive roughly $10 million from FDOT. We receive fare box revenue. We have some gas tax revenue. So there's a number of funding sources that sort of build up what our total amount is, and we even have some COVID money and the like to get to our total operating budget.
Maybe that discussion can occur on Friday if you could provide some kind of a table or something that would maybe go back 3 years and going forward to the 5 years relative to that $27 million maintenance of effort from the ad valorem taxes.
Yes, we can absolutely put that together.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Okay, and then we're just about done here. And then, so the last component is the community shuttle program. And so the community shuttle funding is actually attributed to the municipal part of the program. It's part of that 10% of the minimum annual guarantee for surtax revenues. It all fits within that. The existing program, we've got budgeted $11.4 million for the operation of the existing program, $1 million for capital for the existing program. That actually is going to buy us 5 buses along with a share of the automatic passenger counters that we're going to put in each one. So again, we can get much more granular and detailed information about where people are getting on and off on the community shuttle program. And then in 23, we're looking for expansion. There are actually 3 communities that we're going to be expanding, Plantation, North Lauderdale, and Hollywood. Going to have some additional routes that we've approved, so that accounts for that additional 3.7. So I think if I add that up right, it's 16.1 million that will go and be part of the 10% of revenues. Okay, and that's, I guess, did I do your slide?
No.
Oh.
You did your slide. This is
Oh,
my
okay.
slide. No, you did perfectly. Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
We were able to complete the municipal 5-year project plan last evening. You received some updated materials. We were also able to disseminate that to our municipal single surtax points of contact. And what you'll see here is that for the first time since fiscal year 2020, thank you, Tim, we are able to recommend 3 rehabilitation and maintenance projects. These came to you as part of a complete package of all of 65-ish rehabilitation and I think it was 62 actually rehab and maintenance projects that were submitted and ranked in the summer of 2022. We were not able to fund all of them. So when legal counsel from the municipalities and the county and our Surtax legal counsel were negotiating the second amendment to the interlocal agreement amongst all the parties, there's a section of that second amendment that relates to the rehabilitation and maintenance projects from cycle 1 that remained unfunded, needing to all be funded before we could entertain any new rehabilitation and maintenance projects. So one of the goals is to try wherever we can, when we do have unallocated funding after we've fully funded all of the capital projects in a given fiscal year, we want obviously to maintain some funding for contingency, for cost escalation, but we did have a few small projects, as you can see here, small dollar value rehabilitation and maintenance projects from that cycle 1 list. And so we went ahead and recommended that we include those. The county administrator and our Office of Management and Budget took a look at these. We reviewed the ranking process. We did do a little bit of a re-rank, so we it wasn't much, but we tweaked the original evaluation and ranking process criteria that we had used back in 2020, just to reflect some of the changes that have occurred since then. And these projects were at the top, in the top 5 ranking, and they are the cost feasible rehabilitation and maintenance projects. The others that you see here at the top, those municipal capital projects, which is the MCP, those are projects that are from the original list of 110, kind of down to 97 that you all acted on in cycle 1. These are the next phases of the phases that were awarded and reviewed by you all in 2020. Many of these actually, there are notes on the actual document, but we just couldn't fit them on the slide. Many of these are projects that are already underway, so they might have already a planning phase or a design phase, project funding agreement. But for many of our FY22 programmed projects, they just weren't quite ready for that next phase of funding. So these are projects that most of them were programmed in 22 and they have moved out. You'll notice for the first one though, they were asking if they could move even further out, because that Miramar, that's a huge project. It's 3 projects, actually 4 projects bundled together. And I think they are not going to be ready for construction funding. They're not going to be able to complete their design and the acquisition of right-of-way. So some of these projects are moving out into future years. That's what those blue arrows will indicate to you. And also the yellow highlighted, Hollandale Beach actually had originally requested a significantly higher dollar amount in cycle 1. When it came to you all for your evaluation, staff had identified that there was about 90% of that project had decorative paver elements. So once we worked with the municipality to remove those ineligible components, the surtax contribution to that particular project would be around $163,000. Are there any questions about this?
I have, what's the Coral Springs ineligible? Why is it ineligible?
It's
What
a
kind of project
sidewalk.
is it?
It's a sidewalk-only project with no road improvements.
$9 million worth of sidewalks? That's not on the list of 9 from page 38. It is. It's just one of 9.
Yes.
We'll talk about that tomorrow. Bye. Thank you.
We have a question from Mr. Allen again.
Yes, thank you. That goes back to our previous discussion relative to the Coral Springs. If that $9.4 million were to be acknowledged by the city to withdraw that, would that mean an additional $9.4 million would be available for other jurisdictions in the R&M section or even in the capital section?
Potentially, yes. It would free up the money for other eligible uses, whether it be projects or contingency or roll forward. We would be able to reprogram that funding.
So those cities that are not being proposed for funding in 23 should be calling Coral Springs and saying, why don't you withdraw your projects?
I'll be honest with you, Phil. There are not that many projects other than rehabilitation and maintenance projects that are actually ready for FY 2023. But that's certainly a reasonable approach.
Well, we'll have that discussion tomorrow, I guess.
It is on Friday. Everybody keeps saying
Or
tomorrow.
Friday, I'm sorry.
Was that your comment, Anthea? Anything else? Anybody else? It says break on the next sheet. Is that appropriate now?
Yes, Mr. Chair. How long
Vice
would you
Chair.
like, Vice Chair? How long? Well, you're playing chair right now, right? So how long would you like to? Because we do have folks that are participating virtually that will need to take a break as well. When would you like us to come back?
Well, it's about 18 after 12, right? Is a quarter till 1 too short?
Up to you all. Is that good? Okay, so we'll be back in a little less than a half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
We're about ready to start, is that what you said? We're ready. Ready. Public workshops, budget request.
Recording in progress.
FY 2023. This is the rolling, this is 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
The way we've always done this is that we show you the 5-year plan and you act on it, but it's rolled up to an incredibly high level. But for the fiscal year 2023, the stuff that's coming up starting October 1st, you get a lot of detail so that you are able to make your eligibility determinations on those projects.
That's an interesting comment. No, that the Surtax board gets to make an eligibility determination. Very interesting.
Am I on? Okay. So the key word here is detail that Gretchen mentioned. And I'm going to be talking about the Public Works project requests for FY23, and it will be detailed. I am sorry you're getting this right after lunch.
No, you want $71 million?
So,
Got that right.
What's that?
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, no, it is $71 million that we're requesting for FY23, and it is in the 10 group of projects that, similar to the groups of projects that we had in the past. I think you're probably familiar with many of them. I will go through them. I will go through the projects in detail to some degree, and then I will show you in the same format that we have done in the past for each individual project, how it has changed from last year's 5-year plan in terms of the schedule and the costs and that type of thing. Last year, we've talked about the rising costs of construction, rising costs of engineering services and that type of thing in general. You're going to see some of that cost increases. But we have also done a pretty good job of refining the scope as we go. And in certain cases, some of the scopes that we've been able to refine, reduce. So you're going to see some cost decreases along the way too. So, and as we go through it, I will not spend equal amount of time on each one of the slides because some of them are pretty simplistic. But I do want to point out the interesting and important things that I want to make sure that the Oversight Board is aware of as we go. So this is, again, is very similar to what we've done in the past. 10 groups of projects totaling $71.7 roughly million for FY23. The first group of projects that we're going to talk about is our fiber projects. And the fiber projects are the projects that required, we're essentially laying down a high-speed data network that for equipment and processes and that require high-speed data, high volume of data throughout our network, which includes our traffic signal system. The philosophy with these fiber is not so much to build fiber on every single street, every single intersection, but to build a network along the major roadways so that it creates a backbone of the system so that we can facilitate projects on the major roadways, but it also make it easy so when there are other projects that are not necessarily on the major roadway in the future, they can easily connect to it and continue to expand the system as we grow, rather than to do it all at once across every single roadway in the network. So the first couple projects are very good examples of some of the things I've already mentioned. F7, just to highlight Copens Road fiber optic. The project has actually moved up a little bit from last year in a 5-year plan to this year. We actually moved it up a year. And the reason we moved it up a year is that it also kind of goes into some of the approach that we have done with our technology projects. We work very closely with FDOT on a lot of these technology projects. They fund their projects on a lot of state roads. We do it on our county roads. And wherever it's possible, we want to take advantage of each other's work so that we don't duplicate work And in this case, they have constructed fiber optic cables on State Road 7, and then also and then also along the east side of the county on I-95. They finished it. It allows us to put in this Copens Road connection that ties in the two cables that they've already done, and it really creates a network that benefits both the Broward County and then also FDOT. So we moved up the project schedule a little bit. It's a relatively small project, is the designing of the system. The costs have increased from what we anticipated last year. And most of the increases falls along two reasons. As we continue to refine the scope, Copens Road, older road, very busy area there, and there's more fuel equipment that needs to be replaced than we originally estimated along the way. And then also, we updated the cost to the current condition going forth into the next year. This is some of the cost increases that everybody is seeing across the board, and then especially in some of these higher tech technology, using these essentially as in glass tubes that being require a strict manufacturing effort and that type of thing. So the design effort is going to be much more along that way. So the design cost is that we're requesting for this project is $260,000 for design, and that's the very on the right hand side of the slide, the very last item that you see there. Okay. Now the next project is just a good example of that. Is on Cypress Creek Boulevard, a very similar type of situation. No change in the date from last year, and we actually, in terms of refining the scope during the field survey, we actually were able to identify that it's not going to take us as much to construct this as we had originally anticipated. So there's some cost decrease along the way as part of this project. So we're asking for $1.73 million for construction of this project, and rather than what we originally anticipated which was a little over 1.85. So just with these two projects, you can see some of the work that we have done in terms of refining the scope, bringing the costs up to speed, and so forth. Next project, F11, fiber optic along I-95. We believe we found a good way to design and construct this project in an area that's really free of utilities, and that allows us to bring a fiber optic cable out to the west in the western area. So savings again that we can anticipate for this project. Next one, Pine Island Road, again continuation of some of the five. Oh. Sorry about that. Yeah, no. I got two things I'm trying to flip here. So. Yeah, if you don't mind, that would be great. Yeah. Again, sorry about that. Would you guys like me to go back and repeat some of that stuff? Huh? Okay. My apologies. Okay, so project.
Tony, I have one question. I'm noticing that some of these red items are updated to design, and it says cost estimate updated to current market conditions, which means we're paying more for the design. To me, I don't understand. I don't understand why design is costing more.
Yeah. Let me give you an example. Part of our design is that we go out and we do a lot of field work. Just to give you one example is that on some of the field boring work that we need to do, that's part of our design effort.
So it's more than sitting there in the office and doing
and
okay,
right.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I understand.
That design
it's
effort
really
is good.
Field work that's related to the design.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But realistically too, I think part of it, a smaller part of it too, is that salary due, increases along the way and that type of thing. But the big part of it is that field work and that type of thing that we need as part of the design.
Well, hopefully that'll save us on the construction end.
What's that?
Hopefully that good design will save us on the construction end.
Well, we do a pretty good job with our design effort, and we, our staff do a pretty good job in terms of checking the designs and so forth. So yes, and that is the hope.
Okay.
Yep. So similar type of thing on project F12, a slight increase in terms of the design costs along the same vein that we've talked about. F13, Wiles Road fiber optic, and this is one project that is going to result in a couple $100,000 in reduction in terms of construction costs, because we're able to take advantage of some of the equipment that has already been installed in the field from a gas tax project that we recently completed. So again, we continue to refine the scope as we go, and wherever we can, we take advantages of facilities that are available to us to reduce and optimize the cost as much as possible. F15, Pine Island Road along the, from Atlantic Boulevard to from Royal Palm Avenue, increasing costs along the same way that, that we have mentioned. F17, very similar type of situation, an increase in the cost of $200,000 for design, increase from what we have done before for the same reasons. F18, this is actually a project that we're working very closely together with FDOT on, and they're going to be constructing it. We're going to be providing the funding to them for this project, and is actually going to build out our fiber network on the northeast side of the county by quite a bit. So, project F104, no change in schedule, and update in cost, 1.73 for construction. So the next group of projects that we're going to be talking about are our adaptive signal control projects. And our adaptive signal control projects are the projects that is an innovative technology. We have one segment roadway that is currently operational in the county, in the southern part of the county. And what it utilizes is instead of timing patterns based on time of day and so forth, is actually utilize real-time data, real-time traffic data to adjust the traffic signal during the key parts of the peak hours when there's more vehicles in the roadway, adjusted on a real-time basis to smooth out some of the peaks and in terms of the over traffic conditions that we have. And again, in these type of projects, we also work, again, very closely with FDOT on it. In many of these projects that you're going to see, we actually have FDOT working on at least part of the project, an installing part of the project, or in some cases, the entire project, because it happens to overlap some of the work they're doing. So we want to be able to take advantage of some of the cost savings associated with doing projects together. The AO5 is such one example. FDOT, the project runs from on State Road 7 from Palm Beach County all the way down to Atlantic. FDOT is actually going to be doing the northern portion of it. They're going to be doing it from Sample all the way up to Hillsborough Boulevard, up closer towards the county line. We're going to have a project that do the remaining portion of it because FDOT is not involved with that. So there's a cost increase associated with the project, and we are requesting $3.83 million for construction of this project. AO7, again, it is it's a cooperative project. Excuse me, AO6. It's a cooperative project with FDOT. They're doing a portion of it, and we're also doing a portion of it. And there's an increase in cost for the construction. Many of these technology projects do face the problem, the chip shortage and just the overall cost increases that we're seeing across the market as a whole. AO6 is the next one, Commercial Boulevard, and it's once again it's a project that we're working together in association with FDOT on, and they're doing the bulk of this project, and again taking advantage of the efficiency and doing construction together. $2.39 million for construction. A09 is the next project, Sunrise Boulevard, the Panther Parkway area. This project actually has a slight, this project is, we're requesting funding for design, and we're actually decreasing our request for funding because when we did some of the preliminary work out there, we found that we actually don't need to extend the system on a portion of the roadway as much as we thought it was. So we are able to reduce a couple of the intersections, and we're taking advantage of it, and that results in a decrease in our cost request from it was in our previous 5-year plan. Sheridan Street signal. It's no change in the costs, no change in the schedule or in time, or excuse me, no change in the schedule or the cost for this project. We're requesting $250,000 for design. Flamingo Road, A16 Flamingo Road, Red Road. We have moved ahead the project by about 2 years from what we have originally planned. And the reason for that is just that we want to align it with another project that we have going on Miramar Parkway, which is currently in design. So we can, it's like we have the capability of doing it, and there's no reason to maintain the current schedule, and we can actually move it up and start to take advantage of some of the benefits that we gain from it. And very minor change in costs, which is a slight reduction. We're requesting $590,000 for design. The next group of projects are our intersection projects. These are projects that generally involve with improving intersections one way or in multiple different ways. Adding turn lanes, adding left turn lanes, adding right turn lanes. It helped to create or eliminate certain bottlenecks in our network, in our intersection. So this one is on Nob Hill Road. It's actually similar to another project that we've got going on right now on Flamingo. What it will do is that it will install a crossing, roadway crossing, and a signalized crossing, and is going to help and increase safety along that roadway. There is a minor costs increase in design, $190,000 for design. Pembroke Road is I-37, which is the next project. It's actually a large intersection in Palmer Avenue and Nob Hill Road. It's one of those large intersections. We're going to be doing a traffic study as the first step of this project. We think there are multiple options that are available for this intersection. It's a busy intersection, large intersection, and depending on the method, there may be different ways of approach to it. We heard some ideas, or we have developed some ideas as we've gone on so far, and whether we can implement some of these ideas is going to is going to be based on the traffic study that we do, and it is also going to be based on a better definition of what right-of-way we actually have available. What we have done in this case is that because in this one we're a little bit uncertain on what improvements that we're going to make, we just want to maintain the most basic improvement at the moment, and so we've actually reduced our request for funding for this project. If there's some, if the right-of-way do work out in the future, and there's different alternatives that would require additional design, we may come back to the Oversight Board at some point to ask for an increase in cost, but we do want to be the most realistic at the moment, and the most realistic at the moment is a request for $670,000 for the design of this intersection improvement project, which includes the traffic study that I mentioned earlier. Okay, Sunrise Boulevard at Andrews Avenue, and this is the one I want to spend a little bit of time on. It actually probably should have been labeled Andrews Avenue at Sunrise rather than Sunrise at Andrews. And the reason for that is that what you'll note is in this project itself is our plan is to install the right turn southbound lane from Sunrise onto Andrews. But what you see here is that on the description of the project, it actually states that project B37, M55, M56, B37, B40, D11, I-71, and Z82 are going to be implemented together. And that's the interesting part I want to make sure that, that you guys are aware of. All of these projects are located on Andrews Avenue between Sunrise and Oakland Park Boulevard. We have had comments, we have had feedback from the community about that stretch, that section of the roadway, and they want to see something in terms of improving the safety conditions and so forth. So what these projects are, the Bs are the pavement resurfacing projects. The M55 and M56, they are mass arm conversion projects. There's a D11, which is a drainage project, and then the Z82 is a school zone project. So when we took a look at it, having the feedback from the community, it makes sense to take a look at implementing all of these projects together at the same time. So we moved some of these projects in together into this year to start design, and that's why you see the design phase start as being 2023, FY22 to 26 last year's plan. It was not in our last year's plan, but it's part of the original Surtax projects. So we're moving them together, and we're starting the design of them together. And I think this will be a good way to implement these type of projects where we can take advantage of multiple projects doing it at the same time so that we minimize impact to the community. So I want to point that out to you. We're going to come to and we're going to talk about, you're going to see individual slides for each one of these projects that are listed here, but I probably won't spend too much time on them, but because this is the reason that, that we're doing it together. So the next one is I-103, which is the Intersection Evaluation Study Group 1 projects. And the Intersection Evaluation Study is ongoing, it's going on right now. We're anticipating that there will be some first out projects from that study that we want to be able to implement as quickly as possible. We don't know exactly what this project is going to entail yet at the moment, but we want to set aside some amount of funding to begin the design of it as soon as the results of this study, that the first out results of the studies become available. And we're anticipating that it would, at this time that we're thinking about it, is that it probably would make sense to structure a project that's about $10 million in construction costs. And so we have set aside, and we're requesting about $1.4 million for design. Again, don't know exactly where it's going to be yet, but we want to set aside the money to allow us to move ahead as quickly as possible next year when some of the results become available.
Tony, how did the cost get down to 10 million, it looks like, or at 10 million? Because your other design cost was based on maybe a construction budget, I don't know.
Yeah.
So is the 10 million less than what it was before?
It is, yeah, it is. We thought that, but the more we took a look at it is that with what we anticipate the results to be, 10 million is a good round number to set aside some money for.
Now,
that's what it really
these
is.
design fees internal?
No, these are consultant design fees.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Oh. The next project is M06, Lines Road. Excuse me. The next group of projects are the mass arm projects, and the mass arm projects are projects that we've been doing for a couple of years now, and there's essentially is to convert span wire signals, which is concrete poles with a hanging wire that holds up our signals, converting them to mass arms. And the primary purpose of these mass arm projects is to harden our system for hurricane and emergency type situation. It takes a much less time to recover from a hurricane with a mass arm intersection than a span wire type intersection. So this is a M06 Lines Road. Slight increase in construction costs that we're asking, just a little over $1 million for construction of this project. Not much different on the next project, which is M07, Oak Street and North 24th Avenue in Hollywood. slight increase in the construction cost. It's a smaller intersection than the previous one, but the construction is less. M10, Rock Island Road. Slight increase in cost for design, $160,000 for design. M13 is Northeast 3rd Avenue. We anticipate working together with FEC on making improvements for this intersection, and it's about $1.15 million. M20, the next project, Palm Avenue, and slight increase in the design cost of $160,000. M24 is Nob Hill and
Tony,
Clary
I have a
Boulevard.
question. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Why does it say to mast arm support conversion may include foundation? In other words, why is the word may in there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so the conversion may include mast arm foundations, poles and arms, updated signals and equipment, ADA upgrades, milling and resurfacing, signing and pavement marking. The may references all of those things.
Why is the word even may in there? Is my question.
Because some of it you don't. On some of the intersections you don't need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Right. It's in some of the intersections, as an example, it's already up to ADA conditions, and so in some of them they're not.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So I think I went past M20. Okay. I'm 24. I can't even read the numbers. Thank you. So it's M55 is the next one. Andrews at 13th Street. Now this is one of the group of projects that I mentioned earlier. I'm messing you up, so my apology. Okay. So M56 is also another one of that group of projects that I mentioned earlier. Now, the next three projects or the next group of projects, and in particular, the next three projects that I'm going to talk about are drainage projects. And what you will see on those is higher cost increases than what you have seen so far. And there's really three reasons that's associated with it. These projects, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but just so you know, is that DO4 is, I'm talking about DO4 is Northeast 6th Street. DO6, the next one is Northeast 21st Avenue. And then D10, the next one is Andrews Avenue. All of them are on the east side of the county, older neighborhoods. And what we have noticed in the last couple of years is in that section, the east side of the county, is that we have just experienced a lot more flooding than we have seen historically in the past. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that our system has been in place for quite some time. They continue to age, and many of them are corrugated metal pipes that, for whatever reason, were used as the construction materials years ago when they did it. And we would typically use concrete pipes and so forth, as our normal course of construction material at this point in time. So they've continued to age, but we're also seeing some of the effect from the rising water level and climate change, and then the additional amount of rain that we have had, starting to see over the years. The flooding conditions definitely have gotten worse over the last couple of years, and the piping material, and one big part of this is that a lot of these piping are underground. You can't see them until you get into them. We can do tests on, spot tests on them to try to get a better handle on them as we go, but we really don't know what we get into until we get into the actual design, when we do the actual TV videotape of the pipelines and so forth. So for these next three type of projects, what we've been really seeing is that the piping condition is much worse than we originally anticipated. A lot of them have to be replaced, in their entirety rather than spot repair, which is what we anticipated. Because of the higher amount of, because of the sea level rises and the higher amount of precipitation that we've seen along the way, even if we were to replace the system that we have now, we're finding it through our design is that that's no longer adequate, and we really have to put in a parallel system, right next to it on the roadway in order to be able to adequately handle the drainage on the road themselves. So what these three projects that you see is that the cost, as we gotten into the design and as we have figured out and identified these deficiencies in the systems and then also the design conditions, is that we need this parallel system, we need this replacement of the existing system almost in their entirety. So the cost you see here is significantly higher than what we had previously anticipated.
Tony,
Mr.
are
Kuhlman?
these three anomalies going to come up somewhere else in the
I think
county?
so. I think so, but we don't know exactly how much and how bad they're going to be until we get into the individual ones. I think that I think what I would anticipate is that those three conditions will persist as we go into other drainage projects. The degree of severity is going to be different. Could be different depending on when we do the actual design calculations and we do the actual design evaluations and so forth. But yes, those are some of the things that we're that we're going to see, especially like I said, especially on the east side of the county where it's older neighborhoods that systems have been in place, for a bit of time.
Anthea?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was kind of shocked when I saw that price tag.
Right.
It's really significant, and you kind of alluded to it a little bit, that you are planning for future flooding, right? Because no point in doing all of this and investing when in 5 years, 10 years from now, we see that the flooding situation. So you're calculating for that?
Yep, we're definitely taking the latest knowledge in terms of sea level rises and precipitation or that type of thing into account. Because you're absolutely right. You don't want to design for today. No. You want to be able to anticipate that, 10, 15 years from now, that you're still going to, be able to adequately handle the situation.
Exactly. And then I was wondering whether or not there is any allowances through the federal infrastructure bill or any environmental partner that you could collaborate with to tap their dollars to support this.
And I think those are very good. That's an excellent question, because I think one of the things that we want to do, and actually one of the things that we've done is that I mentioned earlier and we've talked about in the past is the Broadview Park green infrastructure grant that we've got. That it's we're essentially getting $16 million for that grant against our $5 million leveraging that we're going to be putting in. Now that project in its entirety takes care of some of these issues in that neighborhood. And so what we're going to continue to do is we're going to continue, especially with the new funding that's from the federal government that's going to be available for the next couple of years, is we're going to continue to identify those those grants that are going to be available, and we're going to identify those areas that that we can have those, so maybe it's not 50-50 on a project, but is hopefully get the funding for different areas of it, while the surtax concentrate on certain areas. But your point is well taken. I think we definitely want to be able to leverage that, and we definitely want to be we will be an active participant in terms of obtaining any funding.
Yeah.
So it's a similar type of situation for D4, D6, and D10. D11, and then also D11 is another drainage project on a different location on Andrews Avenue that we're going to be doing as part of that group of projects that I mentioned. The next group of projects are the school zone improvement projects, and what we do with these projects is we work together with the school board on it. There's a list of schools that we work with I mentioned before, this is a group of projects that we probably won't see an end to them because conditions change, things continue, traffic conditions continue to change, patterns in school continue to change. So we probably will have a good list of school going forward in a in going forth into the foreseeable future. Before we do any one of these projects, we do a traffic study. We do a study of the traffic and then also the pedestrian, meaning school children walking patterns at each one of the school, identifying whether the actual what the improvements are needed, and if they're needed, where are they needed, and if the existing school zone flasher systems is fine, we don't do anything, and if there are things needs to be done, then we obviously go ahead and do them and bring them up to the current standards. These are the construction for projects that are currently under design, and the next group of the school zone projects are the schools that we're going to start taking a look at and going forth and starting to do the design of them this coming year. Mr. Kuhlman, you look like you had a question. Yeah.
Are these what are these improvements in front of these schools?
Where are the improvements?
What are they?
Well, it's flash. A lot of it is school flashers. Many of them are ground-mounted school flashers along the way. There's pavement marking. There is signage in the appropriate places, and so forth.
Okay. Thank you.
The next project is C82, and it is actually an additional school zone project that we're doing it as part of the group on Andrews Avenue that I mentioned earlier.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Who makes the decision as to which school zone gets this attention? Is it the city that's coming forward?
No,
or?
it's it's a combination of input. What we do is that we originally started out with a list of schools that we received input from the school board staff on, and but depending on if there's specific issues that they have identified, we sometimes it's if there's a crash or an accident in schools that are of specific concern. In working together with the school board and and so forth, we do move some up, just because if there's a more urgent situation that we do it, but we do it in conjunction with school board staff, and then we also, when we do these projects, we do them in conjunction with the local principals of the schools. We keep them up to date and we advise them on what we're doing, and then also the results and so forth, because a lot of it is, in terms of these school zones, is that you really need to work pretty closely together with the school itself. And in many times, in addition to the school zones creating a safe condition, what part of it involves too is the way internal to the school, how they do the pickups and what they have for storage and that type of thing plays a part in it. So we definitely work pretty closely with each individual school officials, as part of what we do.
I was just surprised that I didn't see anything for the city of Lauderdale, Lauderdale Lakes, North Lauderdale, some of those cities that I know.
We've been working through a list. This is
Okay.
not. If there's any specific school you have in mind, we'll be happy to take a look at them. But it is a list, and we have been working off of the list for a number of years, and so the fact that they are not on that list doesn't mean that we haven't paid attention to them. It just means that they could have been something that we've done before, or something that's a little bit lower on the list that we will we'll definitely get to.
All right, just want to make sure we're sharing the wealth.
I think. And I think that's why it's important for us to work together with the school district staff on it too. Is that because they have a lot more detailed, knowledge of our overall system than we do too.
Thank you.
The next project is a bridge project. Is a bridge 01. Is the 4th 7th Avenue Bridge project, and this is one of the 3 bascule bridges that the county has. Bascule meaning movable bridges. and involves a lot of, it's an age bridge. And there's a lot of mechanical equipment and electrical equipment along the way that needs to be replaced, and we're requesting $2.4 million for design for this bridge. The next one is something that I want to bring to your attention just for interest in this project. It's Bridge 07. It's Sheridan Bridge, and this is this is the bridge on Sheridan Street that crosses over the turnpike, and it is one of the older bridges in our system, and right now the bridge is 14 feet and 9 inches high, and it's one of the lowest bridges that we have in our system. Many bridges are actually higher than that, but at the time that it was constructed, whenever it was, I'm sure that was the standard at that, at that point in time. The issue with this bridge is that periodically over the years, because this is lower than the other bridges along our freeways and so forth, they've been getting hit periodically. Trucks that carrying equipment that are higher than than they should be have hit it. What you see in the pictures here is pictures from the most recent, not the most recent, the last major hit that we got, and you can see some of the damage that has been done to the bridge itself. You can see the concrete that has been struck, and some of the rebar that has been, exposed and so forth. Whenever this happens, we work in conjunction with FDOT, go out and inspect it. We identify the methods and improvements that need to be made to repair them. And in fact, these pictures that you see here is a recent bridge strike that we're planning on going, and we have scheduled and lined everybody up to go out and start repair it on the 28th of this month. I hesitated a moment ago about this being the most recent, and the reason I hesitated was because we got hit again yesterday. The only good thing about the yesterday's situation was that what hit it was a vehicle that was on one of those vehicle carriers. So the vehicle got damaged, but not so much the bridge. So, but the unfortunate thing about it is that this has been happening for some reason more frequently over the last couple of years, and FDOT is planning, the Turnpike Enterprise FDOT is planning on expanding the Turnpike and actually replacing this bridge. But there are certain issues associated with the design and so forth, and the replacement is going to be much further out than we originally anticipated.
Well, that leads me into, why doesn't someone put some flashing lights on this bridge and a big sign that says 14 feet 9 inches, check your load? Because to me, it needs to be replaced. I understand why. It's the short one, but it would seem, if you're going to go out there and fix it shortly, why don't you fix it with some lights that bring attention to the height of this thing?
And you got an excellent point, and I think FDOT heard you, because what they're going to be doing is that they're going to be, in conjunction with some of this work that we're doing, they're going to be installing an early warning system, along the way. So, very good.
A few years too late, but never, at least.
And I think that some of the issues that they have is that it's difficult for them to control who gets on. And even if they put on the early warning system, they're not going to be able to stop someone that really have these overheight, type equipment and overheight vehicles. And because there's no diversion, there's no, you don't hit a mark.
Tony, I've been in situations where about 100 yards before the bridge, the guy has to drive under a piece of pipe at the height of the bridge. Guess what? If he hits that, he'll stop before he gets to the bridge.
Well,
there are ways that have been doing it for 100. I get a tree limb. I don't care, but there are ways. So,
well, like I said, FDOT, it's on the same vein as you, and so they're going to be installing an early warning system along the way, as part of what we do to raise the bridge until a permanent solution can be determined.
Thank
So,
you.
Yep.
So this is it's $5.3 million for an interim solution.
It
for
is,
this.
and it's for, what it looks like is that it's going to be an extended period of time until the bridge is replaced. Realistically, we were hoping that the replacement would come and we wouldn't have to spend that money. But the issue and the concern with the potential damage, and if the bridge gets struck at the right point again, and it causes failure of the Sheridan Street Bridge and all of the vehicles on top of it, and we just felt that there was a situation that the liability and the concern for the public is just too great for us to ignore. I think we're going to continue to have discussions with FDOT and Turnpike on how to make this work better, and but we don't want to leave this as something that we ignore in the way. So that's what it is, and you're right. There is that issue with that at a longer point in time that the bridge is going to be replaced.
Wasteful that we are gonna invest this much money only for a replacement.
Yeah.
What's the timeline? How long will that replacement last?
We're talking about years down the road.
I mean, the temporary fix. How long will the temporary fix?
The temporary fix is going to be until when the bridge replacement is, actually gets designed and constructed. Do we know when approximately that? This is going to be sometime in advance going forth in the future.
Yes. Hi, I'm on with Broward County Public Works, and my name is on with Broward County Public Works, and right now the Turnpike widening project that would involve replacement of this bridge is on indefinite hold. And the reason for that is the Turnpike, and they desperately wants to widen the Turnpike. This is the busiest section of all the Turnpike.
Wow.
And it's 3 lanes in each direction, but they're in the middle of dispute with a lot of utilities along the way, and in the tune of tens of millions of dollars. So they don't have plans right now. They have plans, but because of this dispute, their project is on hold. We cannot replace the bridge because we don't know what the final footprint is going to be. The bridge, once we make the repair and raise it, is anticipated to last for a decade without the widening. So we're actually, it's not actually in bad shape. I know it looks a lot worse than it is.
It does.
But it's once we repair it and raise it, it's going to last for a long time until the Turnpike project comes along.
Yeah, I'm just concerned. I'm driving my car, and some truck comes by, and there's debris that's flying that hits my car, and
that's actually happened recently.
It feels very scary.
Yeah. That's why we're asking for money to raise it.
Yeah.
And then we've been kind of reluctant to raise it because it's an older bridge, and it's a lot of money to raise the bridge. But at this point, I just don't know what choice we have.
It might be cheaper to just lower the road under it than it is, honest to God.
Well, to
We
load
only need
it,
a foot or so.
yeah, we need to load by 18 inches, and in order to do that, we're talking going about a mile back.
Yeah.
So,
How much does it cost to build a mile of road?
To load a mile roadway, 6 lane on the Turnpike, we're in the tens, if not 20s of millions of dollars.
How much?
10 or $20 million.
Well, maybe we should ask the Turnpike to lower their road in the meantime, and then they won't have to build a higher bridge.
That's a good point, yeah.
Mr. Chair, we do have Mr. Allen who's raised his hand.
Pardon?
Bill Allen has raised his hand to speak.
Hi, Phil.
Hi. I'm concerned here that this bridge does not meet their existing standards. So the liability for moving this what's happening here rests with the state of Florida and the Turnpike Authority, not necessarily with Broward County. My concern is if we go in there and do the work, are we increasing our liability exposure to that.
Mr. Allen, my name's On. The bridge is actually owned and operated and maintained by Broward County. The vehicles that strike this bridge are vehicles traveling on a turnpike, but the bridge itself is owned and operated and maintained by us.
So the lower level is the turnpike?
Yes.
And the bridge is ours?
Yep. Yes.
Even more reason to lower the road.
I understand now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me for just one second. I wanted to go back and respond to the question about the school safety zones. So in our program between 2019 and 2026, the current 5-year plan's end, there are 71 school safety zone improvements that have either been completed or in design or planned for future construction. And in a very quickly, so please, no, I just did this very fast. I'm seeing 29 school safety zones in traditionally disadvantaged communities.
You are a rock star. Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen. Okay, so the next group of projects that we have are resurfacing and also that are primary resurfacing projects. And B37 is part of the group of projects that I mentioned earlier on Andrews Avenue. So is the next one, B40, resurfacing and road improvements. B102 is the next project. It's on Hillsborough Boulevard in the northern side of the county. It actually is going to be also worked in conjunction with another later project that you will see coming up with a road lighting project that we have coming up. But it will install roundabout, pavement markings, repaving the road, and lighting and sidewalk and bike lanes all going to be included as part of this project. And the construction of that is that it's $5.81 million, which is less than what we originally anticipated. During design, we'd identified there's less sidewalks and that type of thing that needs to be replaced. So it's a little cheaper than what we had anticipated. Now, the next group of projects are lighting projects. And for the next 4 lighting projects, they are in our municipal services districts. The first one is in Boulevard Gardens. The next one is in Franklin Park, LO6. And LO7 is in Roosevelt Gardens. And LO8 are in Washington Park. They all have the same characteristics, and I'm going to describe them together. And what these projects are is that currently there are lighting in these neighborhoods. These lighting were installed many years ago when the neighborhoods were developed. They no longer meet current standards for road safety standards, so they needed to be upgraded. And the current lighting in all of these neighborhoods are provided by FP&L. The county has an agreement with FP&L that a number of years ago they built a lighting network into the roadway, and the county for many years have been paying FP&L to maintain and operate, and also for the construction costs that they have installed to this neighborhoods many years ago. So when we are coming in and we're taking a look at bringing the lighting on these roadways to the current safety standards, we really have 2 choices. One of it is that we can just go in and build a brand new lighting system with new electrical system and so forth. That would be a replicate of what FP&L currently has, because they already have some lighting. They already have a lighting system there right now. The second option that we have is that we continue to work with FP&L. Because of the fact that they already have a lighting system, we can add light to their lighting system and be able to minimize both the cost and then also interruption to the public. So of course, if we work with FP&L, they have a much lower initial investment in terms of construction costs. But of course, the county would continue what we're doing right now, which is to pay for this new lighting along the way. The new system that would be for us would have a higher initial investment, but we would still have to buy power from FP&L, so we still have to have some arrangements with them and, and so forth. So in any cases, we did a life cycle analysis between these two alternatives. And because of the fact that there's an existing system in place with these neighborhoods, we found our life cycle analysis determined that is much less expensive for us to continue to work with FP&L, add lights to their existing electrical network to bring it up to the current roadway standards, and then to continue to pay them on the monthly basis. And so because of that, what you see here in the cost is that it is a big reduction in terms of the capital cost from what we originally anticipated, but the county would continue to pay for both the operations and also the maintenance and the cost recovery for FP&L along the way. So so these three neighborhoods all have the same characteristics. They all we've done the life cycle analysis for all four of them, and we believe that this is the right way to go in terms of the best, cheapest for the surtax funding in the county, and then also less interruption to the neighborhood. So that's the same situation for, as I mentioned, LO5 we're looking at, LO6, LO7, and then also LO8.
Congratulations. Someone needs a bonus to figure that out.
I would take it, but I don't deserve it. L17 is the next project, Hiatus Road, no lighting on there. It's a little different situation. There's no existing lighting in place, so we're taking a little different approach on this project than the other ones. L21, as I mentioned earlier on Hillsborough Boulevard, is going to be implemented in conjunction with the repaving projects we talked about earlier, 1.19 for construction. The next group of projects that we're going to describe to you are our S-type projects, and these projects include more minor road drainage along the roadway, and also at the same time that we're doing this road drainage work, we're also installing missing sidewalks in these neighborhoods too. For SO5 is the Boulevard Gardens. We have updated the costs for the additional drainage work, and then also for the current road conditions, we're asking for $2.2 million for construction.
Tony, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So they have a drainage problem,
Mm-hmm.
and as part of that, we're fixing the drainage, and we're also giving them some sidewalks, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if I have a project that wants to build a sidewalk, but right now under certain requirements you can't, but if I have a drainage problem, I can fix the drainage and add the sidewalk.
In applicable situations, that I think that's the right way to go to be able to combine these improvements together. It's certainly because
and that's fine. Going further, if I have a situation where the roadway isn't lit, I can light the roadway and get a sidewalk. Well, you don't have to answer that. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in before our Friday discussion.
I was thinking the same thing when I saw the lights. Just I don't know. I mean, does it really enhance congestion? I mean, it's a road improvement.
Safety.
Lighting is street lighting, and
Yep.
it is intended to illuminate the roadway.
Right.
So
Mhm.
it is for the road. It is a road safety issue. That is a road improvement. Roadway drainage is a road improvement. And to the extent that you design sidewalk improvements along with road improvements like street lighting or roadway drainage, it can happen.
Keep going, Tony.
Okay, thank you. Mhm. So that was SO6, SO7, similar type of conditions, but it's in the Washington Park neighborhood rather than Franklin Park. and close to $3 million for construction. S13 is Flamingo Road. It's again drainage and missing sidewalks, and a little bit less in terms of design costs. S15 is another section of Flamingo Road. So that's a summary, a quick run through of all of the projects that that we're asking money for. The next sheet is just a quick summary sheet. As I mentioned earlier, there's some cost increases associated with it. There's some cost decreases associated with it, and then there's some that have no change along the way. So, any questions the questions with regards to the projects that I mentioned?
Yes, this extra 11 million is part of that 71 you're asking for.
This is all inclusive of the
So
71.
that 71 included this ups and downs.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I was just thinking, I guess sidewalk speaks to connectivity, right? Because if you live in a community where the roads are flooded and there is no sidewalk for you to walk to get to the bus,
Right.
that impacts connectivity.
It does provide connectivity, yes.
Okay, all right, so I just kind of want to clarify that. And then the other thing I was curious about is, and we spoke about this earlier, regarding the MAP goals. I thought last year we had talked about including safety as one of the goals, or maybe the fundamental element. Is that not yet approved by the commissioners, or where would that fit? Because we've been talking a lot about safety. We talk about the bus, the projects you're doing, but it's really not defined as one of the goals or fundamental elements. Where would safety? Where is safety?
We had the discussion. We actually had the discussion right after you all brought this up, and it was quite a while ago. We had a executive core Surtax team that included the county administrator and all of the executives that interact with the Surtax program, and it was the decision of that group that safety is a fundamental component of everything that we do. It's not focused specific to the surtax. It's, whether it's a gas tax or general funded project or grant funded project or whatever it happens to be, as an organization that is focused on the public and who's one of our primary responsibilities as a public service entity is the public's safety, that calling it out as an element of the surtax as if it isn't an element of everything that we do was something that at that time the group was not particularly
In favor.
fond of, yes.
Well, I would think that when you look at the three fundamental elements, transparency, accountability, and resiliency, that's all a part of the public structure as well. So, but we're calling it out. And I really think that it's important for us to call out safety because we're talking about moving people. And when it's not stipulated, we don't measure it. It's like if you're not measuring it, who cares about it? And so I really want us to revisit that. I don't know what my fellow board members, how they feel about it, but if we're calling out transparency and accountability and the other things, I think it's just as important for us to call out safety because it transcends every element of what we're doing when it comes to transportation.
I would second that, and I thought safety was part of our goals from the beginning, 4 years ago. I agree with you.
Yeah. Did you hear that? I don't know if your mic is on. So I don't know how we go ahead to revisit that because we had a brilliant presentation made about safety. And I think we all agreed at the time that safety was a component for us to, one of the KPIs, one of the things we wanted to track, how we're doing as a county. So any suggestions on how we revisit that to make sure that becomes a big part of our fundamentals?
I will happily revisit that with the new administration. And I do think it's important to point out that we are in development of a joint application with the Broward MPO. Many of the people in this room are involved in that effort for a Safe Streets for All. It's a safety plan. it's a comprehensive, multidimensional action plan that has to be created in a community. When the federal government accepts that plan, you can move forward into seeking implementation funding. There's significant funds available, discretionary dollars available right now. I think almost $1 billion worth that the municipalities and county agencies could apply for around safety. So it is definitely the right time to have a conversation about how we want to communicate the commitment of the various agencies that participate in the Surtax to safety. And so I'm happy to bring that request back. You're also certainly, if you all want to talk about it tomorrow, if you want to include it in your, Friday, in your transmittal memo, along with all of the other actions that you all take on the 23 and the 5-year plan, that's certainly another option as well.
Right. And Alan, you missed this little part of the discussion. Throughout our conversation today, we've heard elements of safety coming up. And as I'm looking at the MAP goals and the MAP fundamental elements, safety is not, it's not indicated as one of our objectives. And so Gretchen was reporting that there's this other entity, I forgot the name of the group, that they kind of felt that it is embedded in the governance of the county in general, safety is. But I talked about the fact that transparency and accountability all are part of the governance of the county. And so that we want to have safety listed as one of those factors. Yeah. We had that great presentation, and I really feel that we were going to have it. So Gretchen is saying she'll happily do it. I wanted him to be brought up to speed.
Hey, I know that anytime the transit and traffic and engineers design something, safety is first and foremost. I know that for a fact from building stuff that they've reviewed. But definitely, if we should add that as a criteria to our objectives as it relates to this board and the Surtax. I agree with you.
And it's obvious that safety is a consideration because everybody has mentioned it at some point today. But I just think as an independent oversight entity advocating for the public that we should have a voice on safety. And I'm done.
Thank you, Tony. We're almost done. You got back just in time. I swear. No, not at all. No problem. So we just are transitioning from the Public Works Department FY 2023 detailed budget requests into the MAP administration area. And I wanted to introduce that area, if I could, with just a brief overview of the value of Surtax investments planned for fiscal year 2023. And we start with the zip codes, and we're looking at zip codes. We expanded beyond the Prosperity Partnership zip codes. We recognize that the 6 zip codes the Prosperity Partnership identified back in 2018 are very important, but we also, several of us that are in this room sit on that transportation pillar. And Jerry O'Reilly from the Secretary of FDOT District 4, his team actually looked at another 6 zip codes based on the 2020 census data, looking at some transportation disadvantaged components and some other factors that we think are important in the mobility and transportation realm. So the larger the blue bubble on the screen, the higher value of investments in fiscal year 2023. I want to, again, for those of you that might be watching or listening, this is just fiscal year 2023. This is not life to date. This is not life through the 2027 5-year plan that you all will be seeing on Friday. Those types of analyses are going to be brought back to you in November when we have our regular meeting and retreat, where we can really kind of deep dive into this a little bit more. This is just some more information. So about 22% of the money that's being invested in 2023 would be going into those top 10 zip codes with the various disadvantaged demographics. It is also important to note that this analysis excludes municipal community shuttles and the investments therein, transit service, transit studies. So, you know, anything that we can't easily geographically map is not included in this analysis. And then just one other way of looking at it, this is at the municipal boundary level. And you'll see that there is a significant investment in some of our eastern cities in fiscal year 2023. Now, map administration is kind of a rolled up, when you think about it from a budget standpoint, it includes everything that isn't public works or transit. So in the way that our Office of Management and Budget publishes the recommended capital budget for the Surtax, everything that it kind of isn't those two agencies is just kind of bundled together in map admin. But again, for the purposes of transparency, I want to be clear that there are 15 positions that are directly budgeted into map administration, but 3 of those sit in Sandy Michael McDonald's shop, so over in OESBD. We also have an additional new position that's actually going to be sitting in Public Works, Tony Huey and his group. There are 4 positions inside of the Office of the County Attorney, and that's funded on a reimbursement basis. So at the end of the year, just kind of the way that transit works, the Surtax comes in and it supplements that budget, same with the county auditor. We also have 2 paid internship positions, one inside of MAP admin and then the planning section, and the other inside of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development. I want to call out, back in 2019, before some of you were on the board, we were asked, I think it was by the vice chair, to make every effort to keep the costs associated with supporting your roles and responsibilities and kind of operationalizing this program and telling its story to around 1% of the projected annual revenues. And so in order to do that, Margaret Daly-Johns, your finance manager, and myself really sat down and looked very carefully at the budget and historical spend, where we were getting our biggest returns on investment, what we know we need to do in the upcoming years. And we were actually able to reduce our non-personnel costs by over $1.6 million. Yes, so that allowed us to add an additional position, deal with kind of just general COLA with respect to those 15 positions that are directly budgeted, for an overall savings of a little over $1.4 million. So there's also, oh, Phil Allen, yes. Yes, Phil. Phil?
There, I unmuted.
Okay.
Was this part of an overall county reduction plan in the budget?
It was not. Actually, the first time in many, many years, the county actually entertained budget supplementals this year in all in all funds. So no, this was what I was doing as a direct result of what the Oversight Board had asked us to be mindful of. And as you can see, it's gotten us down to 1.3% of projected revenues. It's also important to note that there are a lot of contractual obligations that are within that $5.7 million. Included in that is funding for a lot of, like we were talking about earlier, when Shay asked about advertising, getting the word out. So we've got public education, we have marketing, we have translation services, which are very expensive. We translate a lot of our materials into multiple languages, including your annual report. We have support for both designing and printing the annual report in there, as well as the Metropolitan Planning Organization's Surtax Services Agreement, which ends in December of 2024, but is a pretty significant component of that $5.7 million.
That was the other question I had, was whether MPL was included in that.
Yes, yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
So with that, and I think when we were in our briefings, I said best case scenario, we're finished at 2. So with that, this is the opportunity, I think, for any of you that might need additional information on any of these projects. I know you've asked, I tried to capture, there was a question about historical contribution to the transit budget, the ad valorem. So I know that's something that you all would like to see before Friday. I've sent the email that you requested, Vice Chair, to everyone at this point.
I do want to, because Alan wasn't here, I just want to point out that everyone will be getting 8-page email about the discussions related to sidewalk projects that have been deemed ineligible. And the discussion has to do with Angela Wallace and I as to the pros and cons of that. We're going to be discussing that at the end of the meeting tomorrow. So
Right.
if you would like to shorten the meeting, I suggest you read the documents that you have already received.
Or we'll have to ignore
You generally do that anyway, but
Okay.
I do have one here that
I'll
you
read
can
it.
take home.
Give it to me.
I
We're
just
not allowed
wanted,
to
I
do
just
that, are we?
wanted a
Are we
reminder.
allowed- You can only tell us.
Alan, you should go to more things. Look, we're done. 10 after.
So, no, discuss. So that's why Gretchen forwarded it. So the communication was an email string that occurred between the vice chair and I yesterday with his questions regarding sidewalk projects and the Surtax statute. And today he requested that that communication be shared with the board in advance of Friday's meeting, because during non-agenda, at the end of Friday's meeting, he wants to talk about that issue, the issue of standalone sidewalk projects that have been determined ineligible because they don't meet this section 212 of the Florida statutes, and steps, I guess, to take with regard to that issue. And so Mr. Kuhlman wanted that document distributed, and so it's been distributed to the group of you, and so we're telling you in the public meeting, and then we'll talk about it
Okay.
again in the public meeting on Friday.
Okay. Go ahead, Phil. Phil?
Takes me a minute to get my unmute here. Would it be appropriate for you to forward the correspondence I had with you, Gretchen, and Angela on that same topic?
Yes, so we can do that. So for distribution to the board, so that the board can discuss it on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So Mr. Allen has an issue with regard to ineligible projects that have not been withdrawn that he would like to discuss with the board as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to take a minute to just thank Tony and his team,
Yep.
because I think just as you were closing out your presentation, Alan walked in and I kind of interrupted. So I know we did not properly acknowledge the hard work you put into your presentation. So thank you. You and the other gentleman, I didn't get his name. Thanks.
Yeah, nice job. Okay. Is there anybody else have any other topics to bring up? Nobody? All right. Well, I guess we're adjourned for today. Our meeting is not tomorrow, so if you show up, you're going to be here by yourself. It's going to be on Friday at your wake-up time, 9:30. Right?
I guess who was here at 9?
So we'll have that's going to be an agenda meeting, right? I mean, a regular meeting. Okay. Thank you guys for everything, and thank you very much, Tim and your staff, everybody. Like Ms. Pennant said, Tony, good job. Thank you, everybody.
Recording stopped.